Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dragonflight. This is a wild one to really discuss. Dragonflight is such a unique confluence of World of Warcraft history. I mean that. Well, hang on. This score isn't quite accurate, is it? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the lowest number of abandonment negatives we've given any expansion to date. This is a record. This is unironically a record. It's actually 12, because of how we track that, but yeah. That is shockingly low. I know that sounds pathetic, but it's true. Like, you look at Cataclysm, it was like 40, 50, some odd negatives. It was crazy. But yeah. Yeah, we're starting at negative 11, which is really good for a while. Go figure. Because we'll actually be able to give dungeons. So some people have been wondering about that. I wanted to talk about that here right up front. Look, Uthor. So there's actually 4 types of abandonment negatives we've been giving. There's dungeons, there's heroics as a concept, there's mythics as a concept, and then there's raids, okay? Now, heroics and mythics are fully abandonware, and raids are similarly abandoned. So both of those just get the negatives. So that's 12 negatives. But dungeons have been abandoned until Dragonflight, which has access to this wonderful feature you may have heard of called follower dungeons. Thanks to follower dungeons, these dungeons are not abandoned. You can go do these dungeons pretty much at any time on any character that's above level 10, all the way up to level whatever. So yeah, we finally actually have, no really, removal of the abandonment negatives and the ability to give positives for dungeons. Yay! Sorry, I forgot I was actually logged here. You. But I wanted to give a little bit, just if you forgive me the indulgence. Dragonflight was unique for a lot of reasons, but the biggest one is the fact that it was good. Now, I know that sounds strange. It's not like BFA was bad, as I proved. Actually, BFA was quite good. But BFA was definitely troubled, right? And a lot of the core elements of BFA really, really sucked, to put that as nicely as I could. And even when BFA had some good ideas, it had problems with execution. So BFA primed a lot of people, like me, admittedly, to not be super enthused about the game. Then Shadowlands came out. Shadowlands was a mess. Shadowlands succeeded in spite of itself in many ways, because there was just so much wrong with Shadowlands, as I've spent the last week showcasing, week and a half at this point. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense that people were just like, oh, we're done and we're out. Now, we know the office was on fire, and we know that there were issues, and we know that there was the overhaul, and then there was the firings, and then there was the legal battle, and then there was COVID. Yeah, exactly. Dragonflight was, in many ways, a reaction to BFA, because remember how their development cycle works. And when I say that out loud, it actually makes perfect sense, because if you think about it, Shadowlands was a reaction to Legion. That's true, Maverick. But that's the part that always weirds me out the most. A lot of the development team was working on Dragonflight when the offices were not doing super well, when things were still recovering, when there was still some after reverberations and effects of everything that had been happening, blah, 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 blah. And yet it seems like everyone involved really sat down and thought about it and was like, you know what? We need to have another breather expansion. And maybe this is me, but I'd like to think that at least some people in the office realized that Dragonflight was necessary, even if Shadowlands had been good. Even if it had popped, right? Even if it had worked in every way that it should have, they needed to pull things down again. And I stress that again. Remember, this is not our first breather expansion for WoW. We've had 2, Pandaria and Dragonflight. And so I mentioned that because regardless of all other things, I think that they sat and said, let's pull things down a bit. And I think that was a very necessary first or second step in the whole process. The other step is what Huthor's mentioning. WoW has had a very problematic development history, which has occasionally worked and occasionally not. more or less at the whims of fate and luck. So they needed to, yeah, the era of borrowed power, gone. The era of too many complex systems, gone. The era of constantly abandoning old content, gone. They sat down, it's hard to explain to anybody who doesn't really understand philosophy, design philosophy, but they sat down and said, okay, let's actually challenge our own game design philosophies. Let's actually go back and say, hold up. Let's rethink this. Let's restructure this. Let's kind of try to decide what should be kept and what should be thrown out the window. And yeah, for those of you who don't remember, so Blade Default says, how much did Dragonflight actually boost the game as a whole? There are at least 2 huge things. Actually, no, I'm sorry. 3 huge things that Dragonflight gave us that has absolutely boosted the score of the entire game. Thing 1 is what Blade Default just brought up. This right here, I say without hyperbole, was a game changer for the entire game, because Everywhere with Flying, which is almost every zone in the game, by the way, has this, and you just get this on a new character, as we've demonstrated and proven several times. So being able to do this was a sea change, because all of a sudden a lot of irritations and frustrations and navigations and all that stuff were something that were backported. Now technically War Within gets credit for that, but Dragonflight added this to the game. This was an experiment that happened to work. So Dragonflight gets credit for this. It also gets credit for really starting to polish up the freaking time walking. As much as I have been complaining about the nature of how time walking has worked, and I have, it's worth noting that it is so much better than it was when they first implemented it, with buggy trees and a dialogue option that barely worked, and in some cases would completely just not help. Nothing indicating where the character was, nothing indicating which expansions you can interact with, and the scaling was off, and just whatever issues you think we've been having with time walking in order to experience the older expansions were helped here. The third thing, though, and I mean this with legitimate sincerity, is probably the biggest thing by far. Because in Dragonflight, they brought us this. I will tell you personally that when I saw this, ignore the middle one, because I'm level 80. I wasn't there yet, that's War Within. When I saw these talents here on the left and right trees, and I saw how in-depth they were, how well-designed they were, how they branched, how they gave you options, how they were stylized, all the things I have gushed and gushed and gushed about with regards to this talent system, that's Dragonflight. Being able to make loadouts, being able to import and share loadouts, being able to do like partial respecs and then full respecs, being able to just reset an entire tree with the press of a button. Yeah, splitting it into class and spec. Everything about this is more or less literally genius. There's also an undo button. Here's another one of my personal favorites. If you do something like, say, that, and then start building out over to... Well, actually, hang on. Let's do this. Oh, it's not going to do it now. I did it wrong. Whatever. Point being, I'm getting off topic. This is a very good change. Oh yeah, you can also change this pretty much anywhere when you are not flying or in combat. That's it. That's your limitations. And as I already said, you could share loadouts, receive loadouts, make your own templates. I know many people who have like 3 or 4 or 5 builds based on which specific mythic dungeon they happen to be doing that week, or which boss of a raid that they're on, because some talents are better for some roles than others. It is a very good system. That is 3 huge changes that have improved the entire game. And so I wanted to share the quote Huthor mentioned, so paraphrasing. Who are we making the game for? Who are we helping and hindering with our decisions? What are we doing because we've always done it, because artifact design? And what are we doing because there's a reasoning behind what we're doing? Dragonflight is more or less literally a new era of WoW, which has continued into War Within. More than anything else, because the philosophy, and I keep going back to that word, was changed behind the scenes. People are like, hold up. Because sometimes you keep using wheels because wheels work. But sometimes you're only using a wheel because you always used a wheel and maybe something else would work better. And they needed to make sure that they were doing the things for the right reasons. Now, it's not like Dragonflight is a flawless, perfect expansion. I don't want to hype this up too much. But what I do want to say is that Dragonflight was exactly what WoW needed and is pretty much the reason that WoW is right back on top. Some of you probably remember a brief period of time there where FF14 actually overtook WoW in terms of raw numbers. It was a big moment, actually. A lot of people are like, oh, holy crap. That is no longer true. But what happened, it's actually kind of funny. As I've mentioned a few times, Dragonflight launched to middling success, which makes sense. Shadowlands was bad on top of bad on top of bad. And anybody who'd stuck it out tended to peace out. Several people quit, like me, in the middle of Shadowlands and just walked away from the game. So only a relatively smaller number of people actually were like, okay, we're going to go ahead and we're going to try Dragonflight. We're going to see what it's like. Yeah, it was pretty much exactly what FF9 happened with FF9. For those of you who don't remember, FF9 actually didn't sell very well, despite being one of the most beloved FFs of the Final Fantasy series. It didn't sell well at launch because it came out after FF8. Over time, FF9 has gone on to being one of the best-selling and one of the most successful Final Fantasy games. But when it came out, it kind of bombed. There were other reasons too, but there's always that knock-on effect of whatever the previous game is. It's one of the reasons why Devil May Cry 3 sold so badly when it came out. Because people remember Devil May Cry 2. But there were three big things Dragonflight had going for it. First is exactly what Huthor mentioned. It's actually the third thing, but whatever. A lot of people were already subscribed to WoW to just go ahead and play Classic. Remember, Classic kept WoW alive, kept subs going through the Shadowlands dip. So several people were like, well, we've already got a sub. And remember, it's one sub for WoW. So you just have your WoW sub. And they're like, sure. And that got people trying it. Reason number 2 is word of mouth spread. A lot of people kept being like, no, it's actually good. And you know what that sounds like. But a lot of people kept saying, no, it's actually good. You may or might not have heard me say that, but I wasn't there at launch either. Because number 3 thing was retention. Retention is actually a really interesting thing when it comes to an MMO. Let's see if I can temporarily get in combat here so I can show you how retention works. It's not working. Okay, hang on. Let's do this. Okay, so normally, you got your subs right around here, and there's like an arc, and it's usually going down, and then there's an expansion, and the expansion goes, there's a nice big boost in numbers during the expansion's launch, and then there's an almost linear decline throughout the expansion's patch cycle, where it goes again. Now this makes perfect sense. This is how player figures work for basically every game, single player and MMO as well. If you ever look at the figures, if you make a chart, right? And this is how many players are playing a part of the game, and this is how far into the game they are, you will almost always see this exact same curve. People going nice and down over time. And yeah, there's Dragonflight, where things actually finally started to boost a little bit. Hang on. Let me finish talking, then I'll pull out a screen. So this decline is normal. It's the standard cycle of things. Everyone's excited for the new thing. Not everyone has time for it. Some people lose interest. Some people just get distracted. Some people got other things going on. That's whatever. But Dragonflight's arc was more like, and it evened out weirdly, and then went up. Retention is insanely important for an MMO. Retention is what keeps an MMO going. Retention is why WoW is the king of MMOs and has been for 20 years. That's not a joke, by the way. Let me get rid of the jailer here. Yep, there we go. Hang on. So, you can actually see some figures. This is actually very, very recent. This information we just got here. There's there's figures on expectation, there's figures on actual subscribers. There's also, they call it the rolling average, because subs come and go actually very, very rapid fire. So keeping track on a daily basis is actually going to produce a very unsmooth curve. So they roll the average to kind of get a more realistic approach. So you see Legion over there on the far left, and you see the curve pretty much exactly down. And then it goes up to BFA launch, okay, spike up, and then it goes down. So the pretty large spike up with Classic. And then the usual spike with Shadowlands, and then you see that massive, massive dip just plummeting there into Shadowlands. Yes, that's Millhouse. Just this colossal drop-off during Shadowlands, which was just awful. And then you see the Dragonflight launch. It's towards the end there. It's like here-ish. I know it's hard to point out because I can't mouse anything. And then... yeah, you see that record post-launch stability and growth. That's not a joke. There has never been an expansion in WoW history with the stability of subscribers that Dragonflight has. Ever. It is also one of only 2 expansions that actually had a boost in player base during the expansion, where the average curve went up. Wait, which expansion? Liquid Truth. Shadowlands? Yeah, everyone hates Shadowlands. It's the baseball bat expansion. We could always take a baseball bat to it. I've never heard of anyone who hates Dragonflight. The Braegon, obviously. So with all that information out of the way, I should mention I've actually played through Dragonflight a couple of times, which I find funny because both BFA and Shadowlands I'd only really played through once, and I find it wildly funny. Okay, Jay Palmer doesn't like Dragonflight either. So Jay Palmer hates Joy, as we can describe. Why don't you like it, if you don't mind sharing? Because you are literally only the second person I have ever heard say that. Words. If you tell me that you don't like it because there's no big bad threat of the week, I'm going to laugh. I just want you to know that. So I mentioned I didn't join Dragonflight at launch. I wanted to talk about that briefly. We ended up joining... right before Zaralek was opened, which I'm pretty sure was after the Forbidden Reach was already opened. So, Forbidden Reach was already a thing that was there and available, and then Zaralek opened up like a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks after we joined, and obviously the Dream wasn't there yet. So, that's where we jumped in, and we jumped in for pretty much the same reason that I just described to you. Everyone was praising the hell out of the expansion. It was like, okay, well, we had just finished Guild Wars 2 at the time. We had gotten caught up in Guild Wars 2, and I was like, all right, fine. Let's try it out. We liked it, is the simplest way to put that. The talent system was obviously a huge deal changer, and Dragonflight was a huge deal changer, and it was just kind of awesome. And then Zaralek hit, and we poked our heads down here, and it was just like, okay, we need to go do the MSQ right frickin' now so we can catch up to this. And then we did, and we kind of haven't left ever since. Yeah, what they did with Zaralek, let me show you something, because there's a bug that happens every now and again. But you have to understand, Zaralek isn't just a zone, which has, awesome everything. It has a brand new form of tech, which I am not intelligent enough to describe. But we're about to go through a loading screen. Which I know sounds like a weird way to describe that, but you'll see what I mean, okay? Notice this is designed to be done while Dragonflying. It's a nice, big, open corridor, and it's long enough that you're encouraged to be Dragonflying through here. And here we are, new zone. Did you see that loading screen? No, you didn't. And that's the point.
Ooh, snail slime. One of the best smellies.
And yeah, there's definitely some tech tests here that they would then use in War Within as well. Also, we've got the weather effect down here, which I don't see very often. Pretty cool. Yeah, I noticed the blip in the in the frame rate for just like a second or two. But that was it. Okay, so enough screwing around. Y'all know what we're about to do. Let's go ahead and hearth out of here. Where am I hearth? Orgrimmar, apparently. For a little bit there during Dragonflight, there was a bug. They might have actually fixed it. Where you'd go through and you'd run into a wall, a literal wall. You'd just be like, But yes, it's time to give a lot of positives. Actually, hang on. Before we hit this, I want to preface this really quick, because I don't want to talk during the cinematic. Thematically, Dragonflight was designed to be positive. The whole cinematic, the whole expansion has this overwhelming vibe of happiness, or joy, or support, or care, or comfort, or exploration, or freedom. Yeah, joyful. Dragonflight was designed to be exact opposite of Shadow. This is why I mentioned that that was probably one of the first decisions they made. Very MLP, yeah. One of the first decisions they made, because they knew what they were doing. And if you actually look at these expansions, we went from Warlords to Legion to BFA to Shadowlands. This is a hell of a block of negativity right here. I don't even mean quality. Even if all 4 of these expansions were top-notch and bangers, this is doom and gloom central, right? This is why I say it was probably one of the very, very first decisions they made. Because remember, they were designing and lining up Dragonflight back during late BFA, right? And yeah, Shadowlands, especially if it's taken straight, is extremely bleak. I mean, the very existence of the Maw is all I need to say about that. So I just want you to keep that in mind as you watch this.
The world has been sundered. It cries out in pain. We must go to its aid. We entrust our ancestral home to you, the Watchers.
I love how they move. I love how they animate Watchers. As this is, I believe, the first time we've seen Titan Forged in a CGI cinematic like this.
Let the land slumber, hidden even from our own eyes. You will feel our return in the waking of the land. Then, you must light the beacon of Tearhold, lest the path home be lost to us forever.
And that is how you make time look like it's past Dragon Age 2. I love this. I love that shot. Because they're made of stone. Stone isn't immortal, right? We covered this in Revendreth. I love that look. And did you notice his body is actually starting to crack from the strain? Literally crack, by the way.
Is healing. But her fate is yet uncertain. Together, we shall be Azeroth's protectors once again. Here, the new age of dragons shall begin.
I've never... Sorry. I've never seen the second one, no. I'll get there. It missed right now. I've forgotten. I'll probably give more positives to that later. I'll have to think about some specifics. I keep an audit queue just for cinematics. I think my favorite thing about that, personally, is just like a Titan Forged. This is significant. For War Within, too. Just like a Titan Forged, all he really had was his duty. His directive, is what they call it. And yeah, we see how much bullcrap he goes through to get up there and physically, manually grab the beacon. Yeah, only in death does duty end, exactly. Which you'll notice he accepted. He slams the thing shut, he gets flying off, and as he's flying off, he closes his eyes. Peaceful. There's no regret. There's no anger. He did it. He accomplished his directive. Mission accomplished. And he was ready to die, to crumble. And then Alex Strashik catches him. And that's Dragonflight right there. And then they spend the next, like, 20 seconds just showing off this wonderful, amazing, joyous, gushing thing. The color usage. The visual indicators, the scale, the speed. It's exhilaration. And it's so relevant for War Within. For reasons I don't want to spoil right now, but anybody who's played War Within, you know exactly what I'm referencing, right? That we aren't just tools to be thrown away once we've done our job. And it does all of that with virtually no dialogue. So I haven't seen this one. So this is a Tuskar. Of course. What HVA? Interestingly enough, even though it's been gone for a bit now, there are several quests and moments in Dragonflight which go very far out of their way to be like, yeah, no, it's over. The HV is done. Quit it. Oh, hey, it's Miss Boring. Sorry. Probably the worst character in the whole expansion. We'll get there. Oh, hey! I have spent way too much time in that room. Yeah, Fyrak, for how simple he was more interesting than Rajagol. I love the scale, by the way. You can really see how big Alexstrasza is. Oh, I always wanted the transmog look. I love how her fire breathes life into the forest, by the way. Which makes sense. She's Alexstrasza. That's her shtick. It's just a nice twist on, you know, dragon burning a forest there. The colors. Not as good of a cutscene, but that was fun. That was fun. Let's do this here. Let's do this. We've got that, obviously. We've got this. I'll jot down some more later. Yeah, no, it's time to just have fun. That is this expansion in a nutshell. I do want to do one thing very, very, very quickly, and then we'll do things proper. Like, who's our most popular Alliance character? I guess it'd be Neverrip or Silverfur. Was Uldamon pre-patch? I don't know, what do you think? Silverfur or Neverrip? I mean, Silverfur was pretty busy last expansion, off camera. That is a good point. Silverfur spent some time in the Maw. So, you missed it, J. Palmer. They removed the quest where we rescued Jaina and Thrall from the game. So, we decided to say that off-camera, Silverfur was off doing those quests that don't exist anymore. So here we are in Korthia, as you can see, because it looks just like Korthia. Oh my god. Okay, Yes, yes. I channel the dark powers of anima! Why did they do that? That is a good freaking question. You ever find out why? Let me know. You know why I like Silverfur? He looks good in both forms. Check this out. So here's his humanoid form. Yep. I got this. I love that beard. Like the hair beard combining. I don't know how to put it. He is just the right amount of hairy to get across the werewolf look without actually being one. And then, of course, this is where he got his name from. Still got the mane. I gave him the chops. Okay. We should be time walking, so let's untime walk here. Yes, they are, Greywolf. I really like the appearance of them, and they fit his suit pretty well.
It's so nice to see you. Haven't we...
So let's abandon this. Let's abandon this. Let's abandon this. Whoop. Abandon this. Let's abandon this. Yes. Yes, it's Mirror Star. I just want to do one really quick thing.
Heroes of the Alliance.
That.
The Dragon Isles have awakened and beckon the Dragonflights home. Meet me in Stormwind, where I shall present the Aspect's invitation to the Alliance.
It's been like 3 months, but we're finally going to join the Heroes of the Alliance.
I protect the people of Stormwind.
The Aspects have been steadfast allies to Stormwind in the past, but enemies have arisen from the dragons as well. Enemies that nearly destroyed this world. We must be cautious.
Never relent.
I am Azurthal, commander of the Obsidian Warders. You'll find more about me in a minute. Raytheon guided us to this city to meet your Alliance leaders. We are Dracthyr, soldiers trained to fight for dragonkind, but we have been sealed away on distant shores for many an age, and your world is new to us. I do not yet know if your kind will prove worthy of our trust, but it seems we share a common foe, and perhaps through battle we will forge a bond between us.
Fair skies.
Ah, here is the hero I spoke of. Azeroth faces many threats.
Silverfur, impeccable timing. Meanwhile, we're like, who are you? It's me, Wrathion. I've been here since Kata. Yeah, but like, literally half your quests are removed from the game. Oh, that sucks. I just met Lord Commander Torellian and his allies, and they have accepted the Aspect's invitation to the Dragon Isles. You will be coming along, of course. It wouldn't be the same without you. I imagine you've noticed some unfamiliar faces gathered here. The ones with the wings are called Dracthyr. They've only known me for a short time, but they're already great admirers. Where are my manners? We should have a chat.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I am pleased that you have accepted our invitation to the Dragon Isles, Lord Commander.
During the dark days of the Cataclysm, the Aspects made great sacrifices to save our world. The Alliance will answer the call and stand together with Dragonkind once again.
Alexstrasza shall be most appreciative. Though she will insist that you do not bring any lingering conflicts to her shores.
Don't worry, the HVA is over.
My word that this will be an expedition, not a military maneuver. To honor our truce with the Horde, I have instructed the Explorers League to work in concert with the Reliquary.
Just think of all the ancient knowledge we can discover together.
Which they should have done from the beginning.
Isles is our home, not a place for outsiders to plunder. The Dracthyr will accompany the Alliance on this journey, but it will take time to build trust between us.
As a fellow soldier, I share your wariness, Azurathel.
Splendid! You two have found common ground already. Now then, let us begin preparations for our voyage. The Dragon Isles await.
For like 3 months. So did you notice our character was just kind of there? This is the tech you saw prototyped back at the end of Shadowlands in 9.2. And you notice they've gotten a lot better about it. Custom camera angles, nice movement and usage of animations. Honestly, and this is going to sound kind of like an insult, they've gotten to the point where they figured out how to do FF14 cutscenes in WoW. We're going to see just how even more crazy they get with that as we go through this.
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, yeah. Also, I wasn't joking. There are several things where they're like, okay, look, the HVA is gone. What? The HVA is gone. What? The HVA is gone! Scott, it's dead! It's dead! Let us take God, like, they just keep... Oh, it's gonna fly past Endwalker. Are you kidding me, Luke? Good morning, Ross. So, it's over. It's done. But yes, for those of you not aware, this is a 5-year gap. Now, technically, there has been one other time gap in WoW history. It was between Wrath and Cataclysm. They added an extra year in between there. And that was just to allow time for the Hellscream War to percolate and, you know, the Cataclysm to actually happen. But I mention that because this is, that's kind of a technically, really. This is the no-really time gap. It has been 5 years since the end of Shadowlands. And usually I'm kind of wary of time gaps, especially since most writers don't do them very well. But this one was an extremely good choice. The world has had a chance to breathe, the characters have had a chance to recoup, people have developed, tensions have gone away, you know, etc., etc. The whole world has had a chance to just kind of settle over the last 5 years. It also allows for events to be happening off camera. In other words, there's stuff off camera that... I'm explaining this wrong. We will find out about events that happened in the past during this expansion and the next expansion, which occurred during that 5-year gap. So in other words, it gives them a chance for stuff to be happening off camera without it happening in ways that we would have noticed, if that makes any sense. Yeah, Lorthamar and Thalissa are currently married, to name a specific example of that. My name's Toddy. I'll be heading up our band of cherry adventurers under the banner of the Dragon Scale Expedition. We'll get to the details later. For now, let's focus on gathering up a crew. Every expedition worth its salt has a variety of folk. We need scholars, artisans, explorers. So, yeah, hang on. Let me go ahead and mention 2 other things here, really quick.
Spotted some promising crew members as I was flying over the city. Round 'em up, and let's get to it.
Oh yeah, Thalissa and Lorthamar's wedding was actually a pretty big deal. I always got the impression in-universe that it was the necessary, joyful event they needed. You know, the Battle of Yavin celebration. Like, it's not like everything was good forever, but after so much crap, everyone kind of needed that. You know? Really needed that. I want to comment on it, again, to go back to the HVA's over thing. I love how they're slanting this for once. Usually I don't like slanting, but I really like how they slant this. Torellian flat out says, all right, look, I want you to go ahead and I've ordered you two to coordinate the Reliquary, which is the Horde organization, and the Explorers League, which is the Alliance one. Remember, and I hate to keep pointing this out, neither of those two were actually factional organizations, or the same weren't intended to be. But in reaction to, make sure you work with the other side, the reaction is, I can't wait to work with the other side. Like, that was the immediate reaction, was enthusiasm. We're going to see that on the other side, too. And that's important because tone, right? The tone there is all about that kind of more lighthearted tint that I've been talking about this entire time. It is a non-stop beat of just emphasizing that, yeah, okay, we're cool. This is not a military expedition. We're not going to let's actually process for a second. Let's look at BC for a moment. Why did BC happen? Well, the full answer is that Kil'jaeden was enacting a plot to frame Illidan, but the long and the short of it is the Dark Portal opened and demons came through. So we went back through the Dark Portal in order to defend against an invasion of demons. Why did Wrath happen? Because a bunch of Scourge swept south from Northrend and taunted us into coming north. Why did Cataclysm happen? That's actually a little bit trickier, but the Cataclysm itself happened and Deathwing was flying around. Pandaria was our breather. We find a new island, let's go explore it. Notice the tone change immediately. However, even Pandaria did have let's get land and resources there to help with our current ongoing war. Because Pandaria was still trying to deal with the war, the Hellscream War, which was still happening, right? Then we have Warlords. The Iron Horde invades through the Dark Portal. Then we have Legion. I don't need to explain that one. BFA, which was the tree, obviously, the attack on Lordaeron, and then the need for extra resources, which led to the expedition to Kulturas and Zandalar, and eventually the invasion of the Old Gods. Shadowlands is obvious. Sylvanas actually sent out Mossworn to capture leaders, and we were following them back into the afterlife. And then we get to the Dragon Isles, and there's this cool island over there. So even Pandaria, which is our other breather expansion, wasn't quite as lighthearted as this, where our motive is quite literally, hey, there's something cool over there. Let's go explore it. That's our motive. Dragons are cool, right? I think a couple of people like dragons. This toddy's enthusiasm is admirable, but I hope it does not blind her to the dangers awaiting us in the Dragon Isles. Regardless, the Obsidian Warders are duty-bound to protect this expedition. I must speak with Raytheon and Lord Commander about the mission ahead. My fellow Dracthyr are exploring the city. Seek them out, and inform her we are to rally at the docks. She'll relay my orders to the rest. We'll talk more about the Dracthyr in a minute. There's some history there.
The Dracthyr, stand ready. Diplomacy first. The Dracthyr, stand ready.
You just said that. Wait, you can fly? Hey, that's not fair. Why can't I fly? All I have is furs and fangs. And an insatiable hunger for blood. So you're talking about that, right? That hole right there? Right in the middle of my screen? So that is where the portal to Argus used to be. I don't actually know why they've left that there ever since. Because the portal's closed. You know, the gap in reality that was made by the Eye of Sargeras is gone. Or the key to Sargeras, whatever. But that's what that is. That's why it's always there and always visible.
Fire away!
So we need artisans. Will you join us?
Keep those irons in the fire! New adventures! Oh, I'm game. When there's work to be done, my hammer's always ready to be put to good use. See you at the docks!
Yeah, Thalen again, by the way. And yeah, I should mention, it's obvious that the Banished One wanted to do something with that. He's gone. As we discussed. He's gone and he's staying gone. So, if they ever follow through on that, who knows? They don't have to. It could just be a scar. Something that is left over. Because, I mean, that was a giant-ass rip in reality. So, that makes sense, right? It is also possible that if we ever want to reach out to the seat of the Pantheon, well, that's where we'd go through.
Another fan! Ha! Hello there! Ahem! Duty calls! Now
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off to make a name for myself in the splendiferous Dragon Isles.
I'd make fun of him, but I actually like his world quests, so what can I say?
Cogs and sprockets.
I have miscalculated.
Don't panic. We've prepared for this.
You okay there, buddy?
There's nothing I can't scale. Expedition to the Dragon Isles? Sounds fun. Bet they've got plenty of soaring peaks to climb. Wrap it up, trainees. We're moving out.
Exemplary work.
Announcing appreciation.
Your gratitude has been accepted.
Was he, Uthor? I think he was, now that you're saying that. I also like his world quest, consequently. It's weird how many of these are world quest givers. It's also weird that I notice world quests as if they're significant.
Easy now, Wildfeather. You're gonna need that energy soon enough.
Oh, hang on, before we turn that in. You'll notice we've got a couple of stay a while and listens.
All I do for Gilneas.
King Greymane, I thought you should know. Wrathion asked if there's been any word from...
Anduin? He asked me the same question. Though their friendship has been strained, I know the king considers Wrathion an ally.
Several years have passed since Azeroth's heroes returned from the realms of death. In that time, I've followed up on countless leads. Reports that the king was sighted here or there. None of them have been proven true.
I do not think that we will find Anduin until he wishes to be found. That may take some time.
Turalyon is popular with the nobles, and he's a natural leader to our soldiers. But the people of Stormwind miss their king.
The best thing that any of us can do is to give Anduin the time he needs, and to be here for him whenever he comes home.
You know, there's actually another little interesting tidbit here. Greymane has chilled out considerably since the last time we saw him, which, if you remember, was yesterday. I only point that out because that makes sense given the fact that it's been 5 frickety years.
Anchors away.
That'll chill out a lot of people, especially when nothing is making everything worse in those 5 years, right? Nothing's poking the wound. 5 years to heal can do a lot.
How can I help? For home? For Spymaster Shaw, it seems the dragons are among us once again.
Yes, Lord Commander. We haven't seen this level of draconic activity since the Cataclysm.
I've read the SI-7 reports on the Black Dragon, Onyxia. How she infiltrated Stormwind in the guise of a noble and sowed division and chaos.
Indeed. She masterminded an elaborate scheme to seize control of the throne.
The Dragon Queen Alexstrasza's intentions appear honorable. But can we be certain that the same is true for all of Dragonkind?
It is wise to be cautious. I'll order extra security patrols.
We need more than spies and guards on the city walls. Enlist the expertise of our mages. I want a foolproof method to see through those visages the dragons wear. We've put too much effort into rebuilding the strength of the Alliance to see it undone. I don't want any surprises. Am I clear, Spymaster?
As crystal, Lord Commander Turalyon.
By the way, normally I wouldn't read too much into it, but I wonder if there's some hinting going on with that one line. Turelian is popular with the nobles. We know what Stormwind nobles are like. Every time they've poked their smelly heads in on any story plot, it's been a bad thing. Why is Turelian popular with the nobles? That's just a little thing in the background there that they may come back to. Just food for thought. Him being popular with the military makes perfect sense. He is a well-reversed military commander who leads from the front, who has a lot of experience leading, the Alliance, back during Warcraft 2, and also the Draenei and the Lightforged during the events of Legion. So, see, that was my actual thinking, Huthor. It's entirely possible that Turelian is... let me say it in the inverse. That the nobles are running circles around Turelian.
Explorers ahoy! We set sail for the Dragon Isles in short order.
Well, hang on. First I gotta watch a Meanwhile Elsewhere.
We are bound by duty.
Okay, that's a cutscene, isn't it?
The Dracthyr.
So, Turelian making a play for the throne? Turelian has the throne, for lack of a better way to put that. If he wanted the throne, he's got it. I don't think he's going for that. But I want to kind of point out something. NPC set dressing is something I've praised for a while. But it's really worth noting that Dragonflight is when they really started pushing the NPC set dressing forward. I kind of missed a little bit over there because I was busy doing Meanwhile Elsewhere. Or, sorry, I keep calling him that. Stay a while and listens. So, walls. But there are people, like, animating, talking, doing little things. A guy will roam over here, and then talk like this, and this guy's falling again.
You best be prepared.
Yeah, getting on the boat. You probably didn't even notice people actually physically got on the boat there, and wandered up, and then talked with each other. You can actually talk to the people on the boat. It's going to be crazy. I'm probably going to be talking a lot because there's going to be a lot of things where I can just read dialogue. Like going over here to talk to this guy.
Good to see you again.
Oh, so many wondrous creatures. Fish, birds. Oh, look up the sky. It's... Ugh, not again. Why do they always do that when I look up? Dampen a cloth in that beautiful ocean water, would you?
Watch your selfie.
I am listening. Farewell.
It seems our fates are intertwined.
If you're looking for adventure, I'm your man.
Everyone needs a little nudge now and again. They'll get it eventually. Wouldn't want to help him too much. The struggle's good for him.
Mountains to climb, vistas to see.
What's the Artisans Consortium? Well...
Proudmoore's finest, at your service.
The Artisans Consortium is a collection of entrepreneurs and artisans, much like yourself, who provide goods and services to crafters and gatherers in need. As we speak, the Artisans Consortium is setting up trading services to connect crafters with customers. Do you know any artisans who might know about their work? Sorry, I'm not a crafter on most of my characters. Oh, that is unfortunate, but there's always time to learn, yes? If you're traveling to Dragon Isles, perhaps this is a fresh opportunity to reinvent yourself. Oh, yeah.
Please be careful, friend.
Work orders. Yeah, so professions... We've been very deliberately ignoring and avoiding professions for reasons I've actually outlined several times. But there's a few new mechanics involved with professions that we do have to address in both Dragonlight and War Within. We'll get there, probably when we do the Valdrakken sweep. But I still don't think we're actually going to review professions for the same reason we didn't back in FF14 and haven't up until now. Having said that, for those of you not aware, there was a fairly large profession overhaul in Dragonflight and another one in War Within. As I've said before, for the first time since BFA, arguably since Legion, actually, I have actually considered raising my crafting again in War Within. And if you know me, you know how big of a deal that is. So let's go watch this one first.
Respect must be earned.
Hello, Emberthal.
Dracthyr, who gave the final order that sent us back to our creches.
And bid his ally Malagos to weave a spell that would put us to sleep under the guard of his blue dragons. where we remained, abandoned and forgotten. Awakened only when the Primalists returned to break Razagath free.
Did you ask Nostormu how long we slept?
Nearly 20,000 years.
Oh yeah, they rejiggered the timeline around here.
The kingdom of dragons rose and fell. The world was sundered. And the aspects surrendered their power to stop to stop Deathwing.
Then our mission is clear. Whether back on the Dragon Isles, or elsewhere in the lands of Azeroth, the Dracthyr must find where we belong.
I forget exactly when this happened. There's one last thing I wanted to talk about before we switch. So... for a long time, if you started a new character in WoW, you would start off in vanilla. That was until Cataclysm. At which point, if you started a new character, you would start in Cataclysm or BC. Shortly thereafter, if you started a new character, sometime after, they would then dump you into BFA, which was always a terrible idea for every possible reason, as I've discussed many times. But as of, I forget when exactly, Dragonflight became the new default new player experience. This is the final puzzle piece for Dragonflight, and the final reason why it works so well.
Explorers ahoy! We set sail for the Dragon Isles in short order!
And that's the fact that it is designed around the idea of being a new player experience. Obviously, there's a lot of continuity, and I mean a lot of continuity in Dragonflight. But it's that particular brand of continuity where it's helpful and it might add to your overall enjoyment of things, but you don't need to know these things. This is a new player onboarding expansion, and it's designed that way pretty much from ground up. And you can tell based on how many times... no, it was still BFA back then. You can tell based on how it's structured, how it's designed, how they'll indicate things. Like that little conversation we just had, where they talked about how Onyxia infiltrated. We know that. We've been playing since vanilla. But a brand new player has never even heard of Onyxia, right? And there's all kinds of little things like that periodically throughout Dragonflight. And thank God, because one of the biggest irritants for me personally, I know this is going to sound pathetic, has always been that whenever I recommended someone start WoW, I always had to give them a little bit of a guide in how to start WoW. Nowadays, I can just say, go play a new character. You'll do your opening thing, which will probably be Exile's Reach, then you'll get dumped into Dragonflight, and then you'll be good, because Dragonflight is actually a good first expansion. Go figure. Look, Liquid Truth, I'm just saying. There was an order to things. Yeah. Nowadays, again, my recommendation is fairly simple. Just go play Dragonflight. Also true, Jay Palmer asked earlier if vanilla would have been a breather expansion if somehow vanilla was an expansion instead of the default. And yeah, vanilla functionally would be a breather expansion. Like, think about how vanilla starts from each race. Okay, so there's a couple of issues with some of the local wildlife is acting a bit weird over in Teldrassil. Okay, so there's these kobolds. They're giving us some issues in the local gold mine. Could you go deal with that? Also, there's a couple of wolves. A little more wolves than I'm comfortable with. Could you go deal with those wolves? Like, really think about just how incredibly low tier vanilla starts out at for basically every race. Okay. I believe...
Adventure calls, and we will answer. Well, look what the wind blew in. Sorcery! We're under attack!
Be at ease, Toddy. This is a friend, not a foe.
Anchors away.
This is our merger point, right?
Apologies for my abrupt arrival, but the news I bring cannot wait for pleasantries.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Also, this was nice to see Khadgar again, because while technically Khadgar was in Shadowlands very, very, very briefly for one cutscene, he's basically been absent since Legion. You missed it because it was part of a pre-launch event, but there was a quest during the pre-launch to BFA where Khadgar basically said, yeah, the HVA can go to hell. I'm going to go back to Karazhan. Bye. I'm barely exaggerating. You know how Khadgar is, right? He really was just like, okay, this is dumb. I'm leaving. You guys have fun.
Be mindful of your...
All right, Silverfur. Why don't you go take a settle? Just chill for a bit. Yeah, call me back when you guys grow a brain, yeah? So, Dracthyr. We are going to be playing an Evoker. First time I've ever made a Dracthyr, and first time I have ever played an Evoker, by the way. I am quite looking forward to this. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Alright, hang on. I like spikes. Let's go spikes. Hey, baby. What? Wait, what are you doing? Ah. That's right, we have to make a dragon. Ah. All right. So, see, he's a dragon. She. All right. Here, hang on. I know. You're getting too big to just sit on one leg. There we go. You comfy? Is that better?
My pants get too tight.
I know.
I can't.
It's because you're sitting on them strange. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I can barely see. Let's try and figure this out. Let's see. Should we have bones or no? Look, should we have blue?
No, red.
Okay, hang on. We're gonna have red. Let's see. I think this. Yeah, here's our colors. So let's see. We've got black, blacker, blacky, blacku, blacka, blacke, blackar. We don't really have a proper red. We do have a green. It's weird. Yellow. I kind of like. Hang on. Let's see. We are red. Well, we can change a bunch of our other colors. Oh my goodness.
I want to be.
Ooh, look at that purple. Do you like that purple?
Yeah.
That's pretty, isn't it?
What's
Gray. Gray.
Where's that?
Oh, it's strange. You must serve Garrosh. Mr. Q, say, baby, can you say, serve Garrosh?
Serve Garrosh.
Thank you. You're amazing. I'm sorry. I know I'm boring, but I've got to go with the white. That just looks really sharp with the black, patterns there.
Must be this dragon.
It's a big dragon, isn't it? We can't space that right now. Oh, hang on.
I'm not dumping.
And we can't jump. We're still making our character. There's no jumping here. There's like a shading? Oh. There's 3 colors.
Yeah, 3.
I see.
There's a watercolor we got.
There are, yes. My goodness. Okay, that changes the equation a little bit.
There's a watercolor we got.
There are so many colors. We're gonna have to think about this, aren't we? Oh, now I'm torn. Now I'm torn.
Now your turn again.
I am very torn. I must torn on you. No, you're too strong. You're too strong.
That's
Yeah.
not a game.
We are playing a game. Silly.
There is something.
No, you can't jump. You can't jump. We're making a character. You can't jump.
There's something here. There's something here.
No jumping. Alright, ready?
Yeah. Again.
You're ridiculous. Okay,
Are these buttons for
what are you looking at?
walking? Are these buttons for walking?
Well, you're making our name right now, which is ill. Ah, hang on, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. It's not taken. We could be ill. We could be ill.
It's like that.
What? Where?
It's a tick and an X.
Oh, okay. Right, let's see. There's the stripes. Hang on. Let's go back to white. You can see those stripes more clearly. Greetings, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. My name is.
My name is Dragon. There's Dragonfire in yourself.
What?
You're dragon.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay,
And when if you don't have any more Dragonfire, you'll slow down.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't want to slow down.
Just fly.
Fly? We can't fly. By the way, did I mention that we have a completely separate second character creator for this? Must slow down. Alright. I need to concentrate too much for this to hang out with you today. I'm sorry. So instead we're gonna go more. No?
I really want to be with you.
I'm sorry.
Ah, no, you're crushing me. You're crushing me. You're so strong. Why are you so strong?
Yeah, she's throwing me. No, can't defeat her. Or can I? I will fling you on the bed. Ready? We must crack the egg. You are super busy. Oh god, of course we have tons of horror options. I'm torn between Bolt and Scythe. Let's stick with Bolt for now. Hey, Nocians. Thank you for the sub. As always. Give me a moment. Exclamation. That's Iron 4. Wario Land. You got it. Appreciate you as always. Thank you. Nice, pillars. God, that's a lot of snouts. We're gonna be here a minute, by the way. I haven't seen any of this. I haven't even poked at this. I like how that just makes us look younger right there. And older. Congrats, Luke. Sounds like a congrats. I'm gonna go with congrats. How do we hear if we have horns for ears? Probably Ismaristar. Huh. Yeah, me too. Ross, me too. For many reasons. Do you think about the fact that this is the last full expansion we're doing? Oh, sure, we're hitting more within after that, but that's just launch content. I've heard a few people say that one of the downsides of Dragonflight is it made Neltharion out to be more of a good guy before he turned. Which is funny, because I actually always thought it did the exact opposite. No, we're actually only going up to the 4th zone, Ismaristar. So we're not even doing Cyber now. They talk about it during the quest chain that goes through Zaralek. You don't have to off the deep friend, as usual. Yeah, I believe I put Armored Core 6 next because it's the one I'm dreading most, and I usually put those first. Now that's some good contrast. Do I have... I do. I can also do the exact opposite of that, which is that. Yeah, it's pretty much straight up infinite flight. You'll notice my original color combo is essentially inverted in infinite flight. Yeah, that is a criticism I've heard, just true. I hope so too, Ross. I know this hasn't been everyone's bag, but I'm really hoping that Dragonflight is as good as I remember. Not just for the usual reasons. Don't mistake me, it's fun to take a baseball bat to something, but that gets old. Thank you. I was wondering if anybody would even notice, because blues I've noticed get a little bit dulled on my camera because of my lighting setup. So it's always a little bit risky to wear anything blue when it comes to stream. Oh yeah, no. Neltharion is very Titan think, which makes sense when you think about it. I'm actually kind of happy with that, but I feel like the eyes need to pop. So the eyes need to be another color, because we've got three dominant colors here. We've got that light blue, black, and white, which all three of those contrast each other nicely. But I want a completely separate color for the eyes. So we can't do blue, we can't do black, and we can't do white. So we've got, like, purple doesn't really see all that visible. Green isn't all that visible. Yellow's kind of visible. Orange and red. So it looks like we want a warm color, which is these four right here. So yellow, orange, red. What are you thinking? I'm going to leave it out here, because out here is where it really matters, when you can actually see the contrast. Red does work. I kind of defaulted to that immediately. If I was going to do yellow, I'd do that, which is kind of an amber. Because, yeah, red pops, but it gets across the wrong tone. I look like a boss here. This doesn't look quite as obviously villainous. Yeah, exactly, Uthor. So let's stick with that. Now, here's a question. What is with this tab? I happen to know that there are some armors that show in Dracthyr. We'll talk about that in a moment. But last I checked, it was like helmet and then shoulders, and I want to say belt. So why can I do this is kind of my question. Does the armor override this? Is this there if I have no armor? Like, I need to know the rules here. So this overwrites armor. Okay. It's kind of the opposite of how I would do that, personally. Okay. I mean, all of this is doable at the barber, right? It's not the end of the world if I change my mind on any of this. An interesting approach to having problem with armor meshing, by the way. And yeah, this is probably how they do Naga, if they did them. I pointed out before, the only real technological problem with making Naga at this point is how they do mounts. I feel like we could have a solution out if we wanted to. Yeah, by the way, then there's the other form, our Visage. Yeah, that's what we got. Interesting double color options. Let's go with the same. I don't know, let's make her eyes vibrantly yellow here. That actually works. We actually have no horns. That's interesting. But I think we'll go with the same horns. You don't have to. You can make completely separate horns on both forms, but I like the consistency of it. You don't have to. Sorry, I'm just pointing that out because you can have like a dominantly one color, one form, and other color, the other form. Do whatever the hell you want to with it. You don't even have to have scales on your face. I'm actually torn because I feel like I would go with as draconic as possible or as undraconic as possible. And I'm kind of torn between the two. As you can see, you can make yourself look fairly draconic. Oh my god, we can change our bras. For the first time in WoW history. We can wear shorts. Yeah, we'll just know. Yeah, well, it's gone woke. It's gone woke. Hmm. You know, that armor's neat and all, but you know, I don't like it. I like seeing my, you know, scales. Well, hang on, maybe... Go like that. And then... It's missing one thing. Good morning, WoW TNT. That's kind of what I'm going for, Magistrate. I don't know, that regal color just keeps singing to me. That one right there. I do also like the jet black and the red and black. Let's go with jet black. I feel like that fits our overall motif of essentially being colorless. Very cold. I think I'm going to get rid of the arms, though. Let our claws be visible. There we go. That looks natural. I like that. So now, so now that I've determined that, I'm honestly thinking this might qualify as a triple, Luthor. This is very good. Oh, that's actually not a story thing. It's a gameplay thing. Yeah, I've spent some time in character creators before. Yeah. Which game has the best character creator? Oh, jeez. That's actually a tough one. You're probably thinking of Black Desert Online, but let us know. Which allows a crazy amount of detail in its character creator, none of which matters, which is my issue with most of those. To do something darker here. Which means I have to do something lighter here. Yeah, you already see what I'm doing, don't you, Thor? All warm colors on the visage, all cold colors on the Dracthyr form. I think that's a good combo of yellow, orange, and red, although... But also go wild. Just go Fire Emblem Engage there. something like that. I actually like red and green as a color combo. It's hard to make work, but yeah. I'm actually really torn on something so stupid that nobody cares about except me. I think green works best. Hang on, can I do green scales? I actually can do green scales. I can do warm green scales even. So if I do green scales, and then put the yellow there. I like it. I think that works. Yeah, it's actually interesting. Narratively speaking, your Dracthyr form, that's what you're born as. I hesitate to use the word born because Dracthyr are built, but, you know, your Visage, you choose that. It's why some dragons show up as trolls or elves or gnomes. That's their choice. Or Volpera, yeah, actually. Can they procreate? That's actually a good question. We'll cover that later. That's getting. No, I think I like that. I know, Luthor. Then again, Nefarian never knew what the hell he was doing. Sorry, give me a sec. I've actually changed my my idea on the name in mid-character creator, and I'm playing around with something really quick. Oh god, that's a good question. Who did win the guessing game chat again? I was in such a hurry at the end there, I didn't actually check. Looks like it's off the deeper end? Yeah, Notherian was kind of cheating, as weird as that sounds. I mean, negative 30 is actually pretty close to 0 when you sit back and think about it. Anything in the 1 or 2 digit range is honestly kind of pretty close to 0. That's around the range of, say, Albion, Mega Man 1, Spiritfarer, Mega Man Legends 1, Dragon Quest 2, Psychonauts, the first one, Devil May Cry, the first one, Parasite Eve. Which sounds better, Zaralek or Zerviles? Sorry, you can just say the first one or the second one. Zaralek or Zerviles? I also like how Zerviles kind of sounds like servile. That is actually on purpose, too. Watch, it's going to be taken. Nope, we're good. So there she is. Now let's turn off a couple of things really quick. We're here. I guess we can decurse. We'll keep decursive on. After this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah, we'll keep that. Is that everything? Looks like that's everything. Yeah, all my dragons are always silver dragons. That goes back to, I guess, 3rd edition, actually, of D&D.
Challenge to the fore!
On the flank, move! Heaven scale, fall back!
Sleep.
Okay. Was not expecting any of that. Alright, so hang on. Let's do our usual. I've gotten really good at this, and this is the last new character we're making for the entire WoW run. And for the immediate future, from my perspective. Stand up. There you go. We're almost there. I think they're gonna let us go. Quiet. Here comes the guards. This is where you get off. Follow me. Here's how to move. That's a big default UI. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and yep, nope, that's correct. Let's get rid of a couple of things. Yep. Get rid of a couple of things here. What? This appearance is invisible on your character. Why not? Come on! Although I can wear some of these suits. That's interesting. You know, when I was going through on my Demon Hunter, there were several outfits which were just shoulders, back, and tabard. And I was very confused by why so many sets were shoulders, back, and tabard. It took quite a while to figure out why. See? Shoulders, back, tabard. Shoulders, back, tabard. Shoulders, back, tabard. We go down a bit. There's a bunch down here, too. Shoulders, back, tabard. There's another one. Shoulders, back, tabard. Anyways. What are our buttons? Hang on. So let's drag this. No, no, wait. No, 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 no. Hold on. Oh, nope. I'll look at racials in a second. Oh, right. It's, there it is. We'll go Kyrian with this one. We haven't really used Kyrian because I just got it like 2 days ago. Actually, I will go ahead and pop this open now. Grab these. Put there. Although, from what I understand, I probably won't be using mounts, but we'll get to that. For the moment, we'll just put that there and leave it there. Okay, I think that's everything. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. There's 2 things I gotta do left. Get out our vendor mount. And our carry other people mount. And we have to change this over to our usual. There we go. Boom. Okay, I think we're set up. Nice place. It's a little drab, a little dusty. We're apparently a member of something called the Dark Talons. There's an edict of the Dark Talons. Where the enemies of the Earth Warder tread, that's Dracthyr, by the way, the Dark Talons shall harrow their skies, crush their will, and topple their leaders. Deny our enemies solace in walls and borders. For every Talon in our ranks, you shall strike down 10 of our foes from behind. This Wern, currently under the authority of Scale Commander Cinderthresh, shall train to be the elite force that shall be feared by all enemies of the Black Dragonflight. Yes, I serve the Titans. I mean, Dracthyr. But let's be honest, it's kind of titany. Only flashes of memory remain as you shake off what feels like an endless sleep. The Dracthyr before you is unresponsive, frozen in place by some kind of unknown magic. You sense that within you lies the power to break your ally free. While there may be others in this crash who are suspended, it is your duty to awaken them. Okay, so hold on. Let's look at spells. So I noticed that's red, that's blue. We're about to get a blue thing. We have a knockback. We have a knock up. Look, I didn't name it. Mastery is increased. What else do we have? Increases perception by 2%. Oh, right. Because crafting... So, something they added with crafting in Dragonflight is crafting has stats now. And if that sounds strange, please remember that crafting didn't have stats until Dragonflight. So there's actually crafting gear, which boosts your crafting stats, which boosts your crafting outcome. That's true for gathering and making, by the way. So that was kind of a new thing. Yeah, that. I might actually go something on that. I'll think about it. Soar's cooldown is reduced by 1 minute on continents you have fully explored. Me or my account? Because I've explored everywhere. My account. So I'm just reduced cooldown everywhere. Because, you know, I've explored everywhere. In fact, actually, there's a specific thing called Warband Map Everywhere All at Once, which we're just going to pop just to absolutely know, really, make sure that, yeah, we're good. We'll look at skywriting in a minute. Okay, so abilities. Energizing Flame. Living Flame restores mana when it strikes an enemy? Damaging blue spells reduce move speed. And increased armor. Okay. Insta-cast 2 enemies. Spell frost damage. Alright. Cast time. Slow cast time. So the flickering flame does damage to an enemy or heals. Okay. Let's scooch that. That feels like a 4 ability to me.
What? Evoker! What has happened? Who did this to us?
And of course...
Something is very wrong here. We must find our wingmates. This way.
And yeah, I'm pretty used to this because I play a Demon Hunter.
Contain them!
The Pisa Ghosts? Really? Okay. Yeah, no double jump. In fact, I've caught myself accidentally double jumping several times there out of pure muscle habit. Because it's a nice pattern. You've probably seen me do it of 1, 2, 3. Jump, double jump, glide. I found Kethon. The bones are brittle from long decay of time. Decades? Centuries? Impossible to know. A faint hint lingers of the arcane magic that held Kethon in stasis. You feel a pang of loss. He was your friend. Okay. Remember, hopeful, joyful. That's what this expansion's all about. In all honesty, Dragonflight also deals with some pretty heavy stuff, but of course it does. It's got dragon in the name. And anything with dragon in the name has to be Dragon Quest.
I remember obeying an order.
In here, Evoker.
How long were we held in stasis?
A very long time, by the look of our creche.
Oh hey, they fixed that bug. That's interesting. This place.
My head. All right. We need to get our bearings. What is your report?
My memories are as broken as yours are vials. But we cannot dwell on that now. We need to assess and make a plan. So this is Disintegrate. It's blue. Tears into an enemy with a blast of blue magic, doing damage over time and slowing movement speed. So it is Frostbolt. Okay.
Stay true to your Wern.
We will scooch this over here. Hostiles have invaded. Our people have been confined in magical stations, and our creche seems to be collapsing. This is why we train. When in doubt, fall back to what you know. First things first. Weapons, armor, supplies. Gather what you can find and get equipped while I marshal our forces. Then we will locate the Earth Warder. Surely Neltharion can provide the answers we seek. Jump cut. I am the Cataclysm! As he's like melting.
The Obsidian Warders stand proud.
Any new discoveries?
Those constructs patrolling the creche are not animated by the Earth Warder's magic. Dervishian narrows her eyes. We cannot allow there to be enemies in our midst. Destroy them!
Fair sky.
Gear up, Evoker. Then we rendezvous with the Earth Warder.
Neltharion can explain what has happened. I am certain of it.
Yeah, how do we explain what you've missed? Like, okay, so you've missed all of Warcraft history. Okay, so let's start with this. It turns out there's this guy named the Jailer who was behind everything from the very beginning. That costs essence. Now that's interesting. Essence also slowly regens.
If they will not sleep, then they must be destroyed.
Interesting spell effects. You know, that's a good question, Linareth. Interesting. Edict Weems. All Dracthyr should be assigned to a Weirn that best matches their skills. Each Weirn is focused on mastering a particular aspect of warfare. Attackers, defenders, healers, tacticians, infiltrators. Together, these units form the ultimate army. Each Weirn shall be under the authority of a scale commander, a Dracthyr chosen and groomed for the position by the Earthwarder himself. Members of a Weirn shall be as close as clutchmates. It is a bond that shall never be broken, forged of duty and honor, of service to dragonkind. God, Neltharion. Yeah, we really are clone troopers, aren't we? And all that implies. Dark Talents? We already read this, right? Yes.
The Dracthyr are relics of a forgotten past. They have no place in Azeroth.
Is it me or is our range really low for a caster? Ugh, Mind Flay flashbacks. I remember BC Shadow Priests. I played one. Yeah, so you play this game long enough, you just can kind of eyeball distances, and you probably noticed 3 or 4 times now, I've just stopped at about the 30-yard range. And then been confused. Preservation magic on this food gave out ages ago, causing the food to decay into dust.
Let us begin.
These constructs are animated with blue dragonflight magic. The Earthwarder would have never allowed this.
Remain steadfast.
Let us discuss business.
Give me all your gold. What's gold? Don't worry about it.
Will that be all? We are the shield of the Dracthyr. Fair skies and strong winds to you.
The gear is ancient and the food turned to dust. Makes no sense. Those rations should have lasted a lifetime. Well, we make do with what we have.
Stay true to your Weirn.
Oh god, where's my weapon? There it is. Your skills are needed, Evoker. The creche is crumbling and we have few supplies. We must reach the passage out, but we have to get past this arcane barrier first. In the chamber beyond, there are Dracthyr in need of aid. Tend their wounds. Destroy any foe who stands in your way. This may be the last time we walk these halls together, Serviles. Make it count.
The Dracthyr will find a place in this... Cinder Thresh! Can you bring down this barrier?
Zuri! Just the reinforcements I needed.
Have you found the Earthwarder?
No, he is not in this chamber. But there is a
different dragon.
Come forth, loyal servants of Malagos. Show no mercy to these aberrations.
Well, this should be fun.
Okay. Should we tell them what happened to Malagos, too?
What do you remember, Zuri? Before the stasis?
Only fragments. A battle against a great foe. We claimed victory, I think. Though I fear we paid a terrible price for it.
We will find answers. But first, we need to get our people out of here.
By wing or by talon, we will see it done.
I feel very bad for that voice actor. That had to have absolutely destroyed his voice. Yeah, have some throat coating tea. And some breaks. There's some salt to gargle with.
That dragon is going to collapse our only way out!
Yeah, speaking of which, I happen to know where this is, because I finished all the achievements in this stupid zone.
Respect must be earned.
I spent entirely too much time in there.
The Obsidian Warders stand proud.
You call that a uniform?
No. That blue dragon will collapse the crush and trap us inside. He claims to serve Malagos. That name's familiar, but why would any dragon want to keep us prisoner? Listen, Zerviles, we were trained to fight beside the dragons, not against them. We've been left with no choice. Time to do what must be done.
Let's get back to training.
We were trained to defend dragons, not to fight them. This feels wrong.
The Pizikos has left us no choice, Zuri. He means to destroy us. So today, we fight for each other. For all Dracthyr.
Well said, my friend.
I notice I don't even have a visage yet, by the way.
You dare defy the will of Mal...
Whoops. Didn't mean to destroy you in one hit there, buddy. Sorry.
Time.
My bad.
Go! The crash is...
Our training grounds are completely overgrown. We must have been in stasis for a very, very long time.
Cut the chatter, Kodethi. Hostiles could be lurking. Evoker, time to get those skills sharpened.
This is a very minor thing to comment on, but if you've played any game in third person ever, you know what I mean. I like the running animation. There's like an interesting cadence to it, which makes sense given the nature of our body structure. And the wings bounce along and sway nicely to kind of help the whole thing out. Yeah, it's very lumbering, which makes sense. If I'm remembering correctly, Dracthyr are tall. Not super huge like Tauren or Pandaren or even Kultirans, but definitely tall. And yeah, we've got kind of a march going on, don't we? Look at that. Funk, 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 funk. Anybody who's played Mass Effect knows what I mean by the running animation. Or Dragon Age. Anyways.
Our training grounds are completely...
Oh, sorry. Shut up. We will get the rubble behind cleared and make sure no Dracthyr is left behind. But first we need to secure the area. You're an Evoker, the best of the best, an elite soldier who's mastered the skill of each of our Warrens. I expect a lot of you. Your memories may be broken, but the might of the dragons course through your veins. Harness it. One of your most potent weapons is your breath attack. There's this brand new mechanic in this game, which I've barely done. It's called Hold. Actually, I forget what they... Oh, it's called Empower. Excuse me, that's the term for it. So, empowerment. It's a cone attack. It does more damage the more empowered it is. That feels like that should be a G. So... Interesting. God, I'm already getting the whites. The whites! Yeah, no, they were really proud of this, which makes sense. It kind of did involve some under-the-hood changes to even make something like a hold charge ability possible. Because for those who are not aware of what's happening, I have to hold down this button. So, like, holding down, 1, 2, and there's the 2, right? And I did the 3 originally. Oh, and in case you want to, you can just hit this button and instantly reset the cooldown. And if you just tap, it automatically does the level 1. So yeah. Damage over time. That... Okay, that's interesting. So, level 1 does less damage and most damage over time, over a long period of time. 20-second dot. Level 2 does more damage and less dot over less time. Level 3 does most damage and least dot over least period of time. That's interesting. Huh. That's better designed than I thought it was.
Here to spar? You have your orders.
What is your report?
The fact that it automatically defaults to tier 1 if you just tap it means you also have pretty much a shortcut to tier 1, too. That beacon ahead. I'm certain it was not there before we were imprisoned. Spellcraft is not my forte, but I know arcane magic when I see it. The same magic used by the blue dragon in the crash. He said a name. Malygos. It sounds familiar, but the Earth Warder's teachings feel distant and fragmented. If this Malygos put us into stasis, perhaps the arcane beacon was placed on his orders. Investigate the area, report back. Ensure the beacon cannot be used to call in enemy reinforcements.
The Dracthyr beacon pulses with magic. It may have been placed there to contain us, or to send a signal.
Yeah, this is interesting how they set this up. Recurring players, of course, know who Malygos is, and Neltharion. But new players are like, eh? And either way, there is still a mystery here being unraveled. So let me tell you about the Jailer. Okay, that just looks weird. I'm wings on wings. I'll go over here. Let's just get this set up. Actually, I have overlooked them. One even bit me when I was trying to be nice to it. I then immediately killed it by crushing its skull with my bare hands. It was a very unpleasant experience.
We are bound by duty.
So there were beacons placed outside the other creches as well. Our allies are in peril. We must reach them.
Stay true to your...
We have incoming!
Die, Dracthyr!
Emberthal!
Thank the Earth Warder. Her wisdom is needed.
Hi, Emberthal.
I am ready to serve.
I am heartened to see so many escape the war crash. My own Wern was not as fortunate. Hang on. I guess, as usual, I gotta start getting some long-term positives. And Emberthal is definitely one of the potentials for a character positive. There are other creches throughout the Reach, filled with Dracthyr in peril. Strong wings will be needed to find them. Focus, remember your training, get a feel for the wind again. Just regain your strength and fly to the creches, because the time for rest is over.
Fair sky.
It is good to see you, Emberthal. But where is your Wern?
I awakened. The rest of my Dracthyr did not.
May their names be ever remembered.
May their names be ever remembered.
Bob, Bobina, Barbarella, Bobinski, Boberthal. I'm gonna stop. Okay, so... Sure.
Any new discoveries? Diplomacy first.
So let's kind of put that there for right now and see how this works, shall we?
What is the situation? Back
Is this literally a Dragonflight tutorial? I suppose that makes a degree of sense. Since it was new.
The Dracthyr, stand ready. Let us begin.
You are getting the hang of this a lot faster than I was. Yeah, I've been dragonflying for like the last 3 months. Then you finish your Evoker training. I was hoping to specialize as a diplomat. That sounds cool.
Remain steadfast.
Jumping through hoops is helpful to get your bearings, but we train like we fight, relentlessly. Go ahead and try soaring around the area until you feel you've mastered the technique. Of course, be mindful of the wildlife and keep an eye for any potential threats. That's why we practice, after all. Report back when you feel you're ready.
Fair skies and strong winds, Evoker.
Okay. I have practiced soar. Done. That's actually a good question. Could someone do me a favor? When did Dragonflight come out? When did it launch?
There is much to be done. Stay true.
Your vision of the arcane beacon showed us there are Dracthyr trapped within their creches. We cannot afford to lose any more of our people. The healing wings are the finest medics in our ranks. Their creche lies in the caldera of the Menders. Cinderthresh knows the way. Leave no one behind.
Serve Dervishian. Scout the creche of the Ebon Scales. Cinderthresh and the Evoker will seek the healing wings. Fly with caution, my friends. Dragons are watching.
Oh, sorry. So November of 22, huh? So let's see. This was September of 22. So 6.2 had just come out when Dragonflight came out. So this was... It's Endwalker, obviously. But specifically... Gonna have to avoid spoilers here. Looks like Zero had formally joined the party by the time that happened, and we'd already fought the Storm's Crown raid when Dragonflight came out. So FF14 was doing pretty well. Which is interesting when you think about it. Because that means FF14 was on a high when it was going directly alongside Dragonflight, which was at a low. I know this is going to sound strange, but that actually makes me even more impressed that Dragonflight managed to pull pull subscribers back. That's a hell of a competition right there.
Neltharion would have our hides if he saw this mess. I am ready. What do you need? The Healing Wings need us. Get moving!
Oh no, they've got some strange fungus. I hate that world quest.
We have wounded! You call that a uniform?
Again, no. Look at all these wounded. More members inside. We need to help them.
Anything for an ally.
Whatever toxin has infested this creche is potent enough to take down our best healers, which does not bode well for either of us. No matter, Dracthyr trapped inside. We are going in regardless of risk. Take a deep breath. Follow me.
You have your... Viridia! Viridia? Are you here?
What's interesting, this is purely from my personal opinion. No, that's a lie. This is also from my professional opinion. We're at a really good point in time right now as MMO players. Endwalker and Dawntrail, and then Dragonflight, and then War Within. That's not too shabby of direct competition.
Easy there, Syndra. Easy.
Viridia.
We went in after you. Shh, 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 shh. I know. You are as brave and foolish as ever.
I was about to say, yeah, Guild Wars 2 also... I don't remember when, but Guild Wars 2 had End of Dragons. As I've said before, Guild Wars 2 got a hell of a shot in the arm. That's because those people are very stupid, Pillars of Snow. Guild Wars 2 got a hell of a shot in the arm from the Shadowlands dip that arguably saved Guild Wars 2. That's debatable, but I'm willing to put my stamp on and say that I do agree that that happened. One quick second. I just want to double check timeline here. Yeah, so End of Dragons came out February of 2022. So that is before this, but same year. Yeah, that tracks. In other words, End of Dragons came out pretty much at the worst part of Shadowlands. That's not true. 9.1 was the second worst part of Shadowlands. The big three, right? It's actually technically the big five, because BDO is pretty big, and then the other one is RuneScape. That's the big five.
Easy there.
Sorry, I keep re-triggering just by running around. I didn't mean to. The other thing I wanted to comment very, very quickly is that as much as I praise our current era of MMOing, it is a bit of a shame because this current era is also the one that saw both STO and Tor go into zombie mode. And we've lost a few as well while we're on the subject. One moment, please. Forgive me. Looking something up. Okay. You recover quick. Good. Those who escaped my crash are healing, but others remain trapped inside. Rush in to save them, and I'll have to drag you out again. There are beetle nests around the caldera. Their toxin glands might provide a way to counteract the effects of that poison. I'm in no shape to collect them. I need your skills.
Be careful not to break anything.
The wilds surrounding this crash are home to Sithud. They are voracious insectoids, often territorial and aggressive. All these wounded would be easy prey for the beasts. I don't want them attacking our menders while they recover. Call their numbers while I look after Viridia. She is very brave.
Let's get back. You should lie down, Viridia. You need to rest.
Nonsense. I am perfectly fine. Just hurry back with those toxin glands, Evoker.
By the way, I hope you're okay with openly gay couples, because you're going to be seeing a bunch of those in Dragonflight. By all accounts, they were always there. Oh, there's our res. But now they were allowed to show them. And if you do have an issue with that, you might be on the wrong channel. One moment. They do have an 11.1 content update already. What the hell? Dragonflight's woke! It is a very gay expansion, and by God, I mean that. Flames Radiance? What? The Galer. And that's right, we're woke! We literally just woke! It's cool! We're no longer asleep. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what this cooldown manager thing is. Sorry, forgive me, the 11.1.5 preview just went live. Like... God, like 20 minutes ago. Oh, now that's interesting. I'm going to read this out loud, okay? Later in this patch cycle, players will be able to experience a new 6-week event, which provide cosmetics, toys, and dungeon items based on the bosses you encounter. Vinny Sweets, showrunner and announcer, is promoting something called Dastardly Duos, where players can fight animatronic versions of previous bosses, gain power-ups, and strive for higher and higher scores and bragging rights. You and your party will fight 2 or more bosses at a time to rack up a high score. There'll be 3 hubs, one in Stormwind, one in Orgrimmar, one in Dornegal. While Vinny Sweets is running the show, you'll need to speak with Ziggy Margo to queue for the fight. A visit Woden, yes, that Woden, the troll servant vendor, will also get you access over the week to some additional power-ups or items to help you in the fights. In week 1, there will be 4 bosses available to fight, and each week after will add additional up to a total of 10. Each specific achievement will provide additional game effects from within the Dastardly Duo. Each point for kills, damage done... earn points for kills, damage done, and more. Rack up a high score, blah, 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 blah. You know what that sounds like to me? A playground. Can I just say something really quick? I have been pushing the playground idea since Shadowbringers. That's the first time I brought it up. And it's just kind of gratifying to see that both FF14 and WoW have agreed with me and been like, you know what, that was a good idea, lore. Because they totally took it from me, right? So, horrific visions are coming back. Blah, 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 blah. You can actually get an ally. You can get a pseudo-brawn to join you, which can be a tank, DPS, or heal, and is not affected by sanity. For players looking for bigger challenges, you can do different guilties, blah, 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 blah. Yep, there's the masks. Yep. New currency becomes available to spend displaced corrupted mementos, which can get you mounts, toys, transmogs, and enchantments. So... yeah, I don't remember if we gave abandonment negatives to horrific visions, but we're going to be able to give gameplay positives to horrific visions. Because they're coming back. New UI update, which includes a cooldown manager, allowing you to better track class cooldown abilities. I actually have an add-on, which I haven't been using lately because it requires setup. It's called Need to Know, which I would consider almost a mandatory add-on for some specs. Baking that in, I'm in favor of. Interesting. And yeah, I know they've been pushing back against weak auras. I actually don't care for weak auras, if I'm being totally honest. But I will admit, weak auras is crazy good. It's programming. You can literally come up with custom scripts and programs in weak auras. That's... What do you need to add to that, you know? Yeah, by the way, I should mention when the quest we're doing right now first came out, you weren't level 10, you were level 60. In fact, I know a few people who recommended to roll an Evoker, even if you're not going to play it, right before they changed that, just so you wouldn't have to level. And then they made leveling even smoother and faster than ever, so that was kind of unnecessary, but here we are. Now that's interesting. That's not how I expected that spell to work. Hello?
Whoa! What are you?
So this is a Tuskar. A baby Tuskar. Help! I need help! I'm Tono. I was exploring because that's what I'm good at, but I didn't realize my sister Cole followed me. I need you to help me find her because she's in trouble, so help, please. She went to this cave, but is not as good at hiding as I am, and our parents are too far away to help. Could you find her before the monsters do?
Wanna fly kites, leader?
Yes. That is an interesting concept, Huthor. I mean, unabandoning world quests is also something I'm in favor of. There's some good world quests out there. I've talked about a few as we've gone. I mean, Dragonflight... So, I've talked several times about world quests. Dragonflight honestly kind of perfected the format. In addition to the fact that there were good world quests that were fun and interesting and engaging to do, the sheer structure of it was finally improved to the point where it was where I argue it should have always been. In other words, the world quests wouldn't reset every day or every other day or every week. They would reset every 3 days. And there's kind of a pattern, a cycle to that. I don't think I can actually show you right now, but it's there, trust me. So, you're probably thinking, why is this so relevant? I know I've said this before for those who've been paying attention, forgive me, but for those of you who haven't heard me talk about this, the 3-day gap was a wonderful thing because it meant you didn't have to log in every day. If you didn't feel like playing WoW that day, if you didn't feel like treadmilling that day, if you didn't have time that day, you don't lose progress. You're not, like, behind because you missed out on a day of world quests. Instead, there's this gap of time in which you can do a world quest, which, again, was 3 days, or in some cases, a week. So, any time in these 3 days, you could pop in one chunk, or in little chunks periodic, or whatever, and you lose no progress, because the margin for error was the full 3 days. I know that sounds like a minor thing, but that was a really good change. It removed a lot of the pressure and FOMO of what world quests were since when they were invented, which was back in Legion. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Those world quests stay there for the full 3 days. In other words, if you don't feel like logging in every day, in general, you don't have to. And more to the point, you'd lose nothing for not doing so.
Mama says my tusks will be bigger than a mammoth's.
Come on, oh my god. Oh my god. Look where the kid is. Oh my god, she's swaying. Look at how much she's swaying back and forth as we walk. That's actually an interesting point to make. This is the first non-Dracthyr we have ever met, is these two adorable Tuskar children. And Tuskar in general are pretty cool. Like they're chill, right? Talk about a great first race to encounter for someone new to Azeroth. Like I would have to sit and think about a better first race to encounter than Tuskar. Oh, my little moose, I was so worried.
Come, settle down for a spell.
My people will never forget the kindness you've shown my family today. Songs will be sung of your courage. That's a big deal in their culture, by the way. That's not a minor praise. We came to this isle because we saw a great beam of light shining in the sky. Legend warns us to avoid these shores, but curiosity got the best of us. We did not know this place was home to anyone. Though I have never seen your like before, I hope we can be friends. Trust me, we will. I look forward to the soup. Yeah, I know, right, Kraken-san? Like, there could have been so many worse races to be our first Azerothian race. But no, we get the frickin' Tuskar. That's actually hard to call, Huthor.
Healing is my expertise.
Good, these are just what I needed. I will work on getting something to counter the talks and get you back to the crash.
I hope for your quick return.
The Scythed were always formidable, but it seems during our stasis they've grown even larger and more threatening.
You have your orders. You look well.
Yeah, this is our Vulcan moment, straight up. For those of you unfamiliar with it, over in Star Trek, humankind's first alien contact was with the Borg, but immediately after that was with the Vulcans. And it's actually a really, really big deal in Star Trek lore. It's pretty much the moment Star Trek kind of tilts and all of the setting kind of is built. Because humans meeting the Vulcans sets off the dominoes of the rest of the setting. And the reason why is because most of the races, when they meet each other, are relatively hostile. We hear bits and pieces about how oh god, what are they called? The guys who like arguing. I can't remember the race name. And of course the Andorians and the Vulcans and all kinds of things. But the Vulcans themselves were, for lack of a better way to put it, benevolent. Tellarites, thank you. So the Vulcans were relatively benevolent. The humans were primed to crawl their way out of a pit because they were literally recovering, still in the wake of World War III during that. And that was just like the perfect merger, right? Vulcans helped humans out, humans worked alongside Vulcans, and it just kind of spread from there. Correct, Kraken-san. The toxicity of the crash nearly claimed us all. While the antidote's being prepared, I need you to seek out the wounded and heal them. Yes, even the blue Draconid. The healing wings do not stand idly by while others suffer.
I have
Hailing the Draconid? After they tried to subdue us?
There is strength in mercy, Syndra.
Oh, that's a PB AoE. That is not what I was expecting. Oh yeah, no, World War III did a number on humans. What's funny is the actual death toll is relatively small. But from what little details they go into, it kind of destroyed a lot of the infrastructure. And it absolutely cracked the culture into. Like, humanity as a whole, societally, was reeling from World War III. Which should sound familiar if you know anything about World War I or II.
There is much to be done.
Actually, less, I believe. Off the deeper end.
What do you seek?
Pretty much, Baron. What Baron is referencing is from a setting called Fallout, for those of you not familiar with it. For those of you who are, you know exactly what we're talking about, but for those of you not, Fallout was actually a really horrible setting. And then the bombs fell, and the fallout happened, and absolutely ironically, the setting started getting better. Right, range. Which I know is kind of horrible and awful to say, but it's most people who follow the lore of that series pretty much agree. The world before is much worse than the world after. Oh, I know exactly what you're referencing, Magister.
We protect the Isles.
You healed me and my soldiers when we would have kept you prisoner? It's not the deeds of an enemy.
Guard against chaos.
They're not. So you're probably thinking, hold on, those aren't Dracthyr. What are those? Those are Draconids. Draconids have been in WoW since Warcraft 3, actually, alongside the Dragonkin, and, of course, dragons and whelps. So they were naturally ported over to WoW all the way back in vanilla. But believe it or not, they've never actually talked about what these are in any real depth or significance. Yes, I know a couple of the books go into it, and yes, I know that there's the D&D Warcraft manual, which is completely apocryphal at this point, which talks about it. But in canon WoW, the Draconids were just kind of there. Humanoid dragons. Well, we happen to be an expansion all about dragons, so as you might imagine, we're about to get some lore about them, too. The Alexstrasza quest chain comes to mind immediately.
Let's have a look at you.
Violence is not the only avenue to victory.
Take care of yourself.
The antidote is ready. Use it to search the support crash for survivors. Work quickly. The effect will not last long, so you may have to reapply it. If any of my people yet draw breath, save them. And if they do not, I ask you recover their horn signets so their names may be honored. Well, inside, maybe we can find evidence of how this infestation came to be?
Look out, please, Evoker. Save all of my people that you can. And honor the memories of the fallen.
You got it. Avowed... Everything I've seen about Avowed has been pretty terrible, so it'll be interesting to see what Yahtzee has to say about that. No. Lost it. I've got a gas mask. It's called Holding Your Breath. I know that doesn't work. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, so A, that's not really a ringing endorsement, Maverick, but B, that sounds a lot like what people said about Starfield. Malagos, my aspect. The Dracthyr remain securely in stasis, and my long vigil watching over them continues. While I'm reluctant to trouble you, I fear I must report the integrity of this crash has been compromised. An insectoid infestation has breached these halls. By my own arrogance, at first I believed this incursion would prove little more than an annoyance from unwanted pests. But now the contamination spreads out of control, and I find myself short on breath as I am overwhelmed by the toxins produced by this invasive species. I refuse to abandon the post you assigned to me, but I must request additional aid. It seems my arcane skills are insufficient to counteract this malady. Your loyal servant, Andesagos. You remember the skeleton that was in there? Also, you may or may not remember that Malagos is freaking dead. And even if this was a while ago, well, he was in torpor for, a few thousand years there. So, actually, I did Takoida. I was trying to figure out, where the game actually is. I guess it's on IO. itch.io or something like that. Because I couldn't find it anywhere else.
Shall we? Help others when you can.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you for rescuing those who could be saved. Raventha, Rethanosh, Katrinasia, and Tenazeth. I vow that the names of the fallen will be remembered. That's an interesting ability. Is that a dash? Oh, I guess we'll just try it out.
Stay well. Take care of yourself.
And this allows casting while moving. I'm not sure where to put that. I'll have to think about that. Let's put that there for right now.
I am proud to serve others.
Evoker, you have my gratitude for aiding the Wern in our most desperate hour. After we regain our strength, the healing wings will rendezvous with the rest of our forces. That's what I thought. Land sword. Cinder tells me that Cinder? Really? You're on a first-name basis? Tells me that Emberthal lost everyone from her Wern. I fear I have no magic that can heal such a wound. She may seem stoic, but Emberthal feels this loss deeply. Tell her I'm on my way.
I hope my people need time to recover before we can rendezvous with the others. And the Draconid, well, they are not known for their swiftness.
The Draconid? Neltharion said we should never show mercy to an enemy.
They are soldiers, just like us. Do not judge them too harshly for following orders.
There, Mr. Red. It was in a pinned comment. Abyssian and Raytheon? What are you two doing here? Also, I don't know who either of you are. But yes, they are black dragons, and so unlike...
Scales are under siege by wild drakes, Terrasek, and elementals. I overheard the name Primalists.
Then our people are in even more danger than we thought.
I don't actually know, Zar. There's our mount. Wings on wings. Yeah, it looks pretty dorky, doesn't it? Probably better when we're in our other form, which we don't have yet, I feel like pointing out again. So, yeah, I find it funny that we're probably the only group of people on, in the world who see black dragons, and we're not like, oh crap, black dragons!
What do you have to report?
I am relieved Viridia lives. If what Dervishian says is true, we will have need of her talent in the battle to come.
We will find our fate.
Dervishian's report is troubling. An enemy force calling themselves the Primalists, negative story, have invaded Stormsunder Crater, pinning the Ebon Scales down at the siege crash. These intruders are summoning violent elementals and recruiting the vicious Tarasek to their cause. Azurathel will need help at the crater, by wing or talon, save our people. Once the Ebon Scales are safe, ask their commander to rendezvous with me. Be warned, Sarkareth can be prickly.
Fair.
The Ebon Scales need our aid. To Stormsunder Crater!
Looking for something in particular?
What are these? This place has heard of Vorquin. I managed to round up a few more agreeable creatures that can be used as mounts when your wings are tired. You remember how to ride? Yeah. Go with that one, I guess.
These goods will serve you well.
But also, I'd like all the other ones, please. But I don't have that much money. And I have an hour until I can access my warbank. Yeah. Damn it. I should have gotten gold out when I was in there. Yeah, I'm sorry. If there is one huge complaint I have, there's actually two big complaints I have about Dragonflight. One is the Primalists, and the other is related to the Primalists. We'll get more into that later. I'm curious of something. Hang on just one second. Pretty much everything about the Primalists is not what I would call good. Oh god, where am I? No! Gotta get out. Gotta get away. I must free myself from the confines of the afterlife. Yeah, no, the Primalists are the Twilight's Hammer Light. That's all they are. There's really no other depth there. That's it. Sylvanas! Let's just send, I don't know, 6,000 gold. That should be plenty. CF, send. Hey, I have mail. What Pillars of Snow just said is pretty much the answer, Braven.
Thanks for your patience. How can I help you?
Thanks, Katie. Appreciate you.
I just love working with the public.
Well, I'm not going to miss out on, like, 5 free easy mounts. Give me a break. 7, excuse me. Well, it's right here in this zone. I'm not sure where it is, you know, once we get out of here. But yeah, this is a while we're here. I don't want to lose track of this. Yeah, thanks, Chromie.
Keep your talons sharp and your breath hot. Looks like we have a fight on our hands.
Yep, so there's a Primalist. Yep. Not much to add to that.
We are the shield of the Dracthyr.
Well, Evoker. Oh, so deep breath. Okay. Hey, Primarch. One moment. Document. There we go. And I will put that towards Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. Horizon, Forbidden West, and Chained Echoes. It is a Grim Totem, which makes sense if you think about it. Okay, so Deep Breath. It's an insta-cast. Fly to targeted location, spewing molten cinders, dealing damage to enemies in path. Removes all roots, immune to movement impairing and loss of control effects while flying. No cooldown?
Fair skies and strong winds to you.
2-minute cooldown. Okay, so a 2-minute we're going to put there. Actually, no. So this is new. I've actually seen this, but this is the first time we've shown this off during the run, really. This is our new targeting reticule. It is pretty much painting our own telegraph. As you can see. That feels like... I'll leave that on B for now. Sorry, I'm still debating my button layouts. These don't really fill into the standard slot, so I'm kind of debating as I go here. I think I might move Fire Breath. Well, no, let's leave that on G for now. I think I'm going to move that there and move that there.
The Dracthyr, stand ready.
My memories are still clouded from stasis, but I'm certain we've encountered these Primalists before. It's no use. Trying to remember what trying to remember feels like chasing fragments of a dream. Perhaps you can fare better. Look for any clues as to what or who motivates these invaders.
I know we have faced an enemy like this before, but I only recall flashes, fragments.
Perhaps learning more about our foes will help us remember what happened. Respect
Proto-dragons flying in reinforcements, an elemental army being conjured on sight, Tarasek recruited into their ranks. Our enemy is efficient and dangerous. This operation must have some greater purpose. Why do these Primals seem so familiar? No time for that. Focus on the Dracthyr trapped on the other side of the crater.
The Dracthyr.
The Tarasek are unpredictable and wild, like primordial Draconid, if you will. The Eltharian consider them little more than fodder, targets for our training. But they're cunning hunters, deadly when encountered in packs. Should they gain elemental power from the Primalists, they'll become even more dangerous. We cannot let that happen. Thin their numbers.
The Obsidian Warders stand proud.
These Primalists are summoning an army of elementals. We have to assume they mean to unleash them on our forces. Not on our watch. Rain fire on them. Burn those elementals from the reach and take out their conjurers before they summon more.
Stay true to your Wern.
We've already gotten a story for the Tuskar? Really? That's actually funny.
Tarasek, we offer you freedom and power. Join our fight against the Aspects.
I'm sorry. There's an old rule in Warcraft. If someone offers you power, probably don't take it. Even if it's legit, there's probably some asterisks involved. By the way, I love how much of this rock is just floating up out of the ground here.
The elements awaken! Infuse me with their strength, and I will free the Storm Eater from her prison! Embrace the gift of the Storm Eater! Together, we will unleash her might upon this world!
Yes, try this weird bone-carved tusk of green liquid. It's really good, I swear. Oh, I love the elemental design of the Primalists. Anybody knows me knows I've always had just a thing for elemental stuff in general, going as far back as Secret of Mana. And the Primalists look badass. Most of the armor you get from the first raid is pretty badass too. Don't worry, we're going to cover that after we finish the Forbidden Reach.
The Ebon Scales are up ahead.
We are bound by duty.
Do not mourn for the loss of a few Tarasek. Where there is one, scores more lurk in the shadows.
Fair skies and strong winds too.
Conjuring elementals may not be the most satisfying foe, but it does feel good to stretch our wings again.
The Obsidian Warders stand proud.
The Primalist speaks of unleashing a terrible storm. An even greater threat be locked somewhere on the Reach.
Fair skies and strong winds, friend.
We got past the Primalist incursion, now we must reach the crash. Scale Commander Sharkarath is as tough as they come, but his Waren holds the line, but a dragon has the Ebon Scales pinned down. Time to join the fight. Take point. Give the signal when we're in range of the dragon. Then we hit it with everything we have. Watch out for ambushes. I have a bad feeling about this.
Fair sky.
We need to grab that dragon's attention so the Ebon Scales can strike.
Get us close to the target and then give the signal, Evoker. The order is given.
Attack! Ebon Scales, strike as one.
Hello, Sarkarath.
These vermin sought to disrupt a ritual! They are unworthy of the dragon blood in their veins! They mean nothing. Leave them. The elements have granted me the power I need. At long last, the Mistress of the Storm shall be free.
There's those two weird black dragons again.
Wake up to find a hostile dragon in our creche. Then fight off an elemental army at our doorstep. I want answers, Azurathel.
Answers will have to wait. The Primalists spoke of unleashing a great storm upon the world. We must stop them.
Done, Uthor. And yeah, I agree with Kira White Noise. A lot of things would have been better than the Primalists as they are. A lot of things. But making them the remnants piecemeal of several previous elementally aligned forces we've pretty much knocked off the board over the years would have worked pretty well. Especially since it would have helped emphasize, A, that they're not actually a large-scale threat, and B, it would have helped emphasize why they're aligning themselves with the Incarnates. Because they're clinging to any relevance or significance that they can have.
What do you want of me? Move along.
Thanks, Sarkarath. He was just like, you did well, but we had that under control. Uh-huh. Now that the fight is done, you asked me to report into Emberthal. Does Azurathel expect me to follow her commands? I think not. The Ebon Scales answer only to the Earth Warder, and thus far, I have received no orders from Naltharion. Still, I am not blind to the threat these Primalists represent. I'm certain I fought their kind before, yet We will rally to the grounds once my people have recovered. You are dismissed, Evoker.
Off with until the Earth Warder is found. My Warren takes orders only from me. Understood?
As you will, but stay alert. There are dragons circling above. Possibly hostile.
Ebon Scales. Gather the signets of the dead. Then prepare to move out.
I'd like to say I pity Sarkareth, but we'll get there. We'll get there. That's true. They are worse in every way, Huthor. I agree. I mean, the Twilight's Hammer very technically goes all the way back to Warcraft 2. But yes, they've been in since, WoW Vanilla, in their more modern iteration. He's a good soldier, Linerith. Good soldiers follow orders.
Here to spar?
I assume your memory's as jumbled as mine. At least we have you among the well-honed Evoker. Some of these talents are still green behind the horns. In time, your memories and training should come back to you. That or your mind will snap like a twig. It's like falling off a dragon's back in battle. You either glide or you die.
Let's get back to training.
The Primalists empower their leader in some kind of ritual? Tell me everything.
Stay true.
Oh. Okay.
These cultists speak of unleashing a storm.
The threat is greater than you know, young ones. We fear these Primalists seek to release something ancient. Something terrible.
That's the other negative, by the way.
Why should we trust you? Were you sent by the Earth Warder? Where is Neltharion?
Neltharion? It seems there is much you do not know. I am Abyssian, and this is Rathian. We will answer all your questions in time. But we must join forces and strike now, or the enemy will prevail.
This is our home. The Dracthyr will defend it. We will fight beside you, but you do not give the orders here, dragons.
So be it. Fine. But do try not to get in our way. After all, I know a thing or two about vanquishing ancient adversaries.
Did technically kill-steal us on Nazoth. Hi, Rathian.
Is there something you wish to discuss?
Your leader does not understand the gravity of this situation. My companion and I were summoned here by an ancient warning from someone who was known to have world-ending aspirations. We did not expect to find a race as yet unknown in living memory with talents granted from all 5 flights. This is concerning.
Until next time.
I apologize for my kin's lack of decorum. Rathian is young and often impatient. We were drawn to this reach by a force we both felt deep inside. Go away. A meaning, a warning meant to call our flight here, perhaps. When we first observed you, we were cautious. You see, before arrival, we didn't know your kind existed. It seems there's much you do not remember. In time, I hope your past becomes clear, but right now, we must address the danger in our midst. The lands of the Dragon Isles are awakening, just like the Dracthyr, and it seems these Primalists have come to release an ancient evil. We must stop them.
Our legacy will be renewed.
Let us begin.
Preservation, augmentation, or devastation? Oh, they added the third one. If what these dragons say is true, then a great battle is upon us. You will need to choose a spec.
We will find our fate.
Okay, so I'll take some advice here. What should I start as? Like, how should we begin? I'm feeling we might go with Devastation. I don't know. It's a vibe I'm getting. Devastation is a specialization in magic tactics that involve rapid deployment, mid-range area of effect, and unleashing the power of the red and the blue. Invoking rain fire, sky and swarms, maneuver, blah blah blah. We get Pyre, which is an instacast but uses Essence. Interesting. Which is an AoE. Giant Killer. Increases damage of spells up to X amount based on current health of target. Higher health targets take more damage. Interesting. I am looking forward to trying out Augmentation quite a bit, even though it was pushed down a little bit recently. Preservation. Blah, 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 blah. Rewind injuries. Dream Breath. Inhale and release to heal yourself and injured allies. And it's the same thing. More heal or more hot. Increase your 4 nearest allies' primary stats by 5% of your own, and cause you to deal more damage for 10 seconds. May only affect 4 allies at once, does not affect tanks or healers. Eruption, Deep Breath, and Empower extend duration. Cast a violent eruption, leaving an enemy feet, doing damage, split between them and your both. I have no idea, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Oh. So give me a quick indulgence. Sorry, give me a sec. There's some... I just kind of want to share it. You have to give me a moment. I'm sorry. There it is. Sorry that took me so long. I felt this was worth sharing when it comes to Augment.
What do you have to report? Serve with honor.
There we go. Now we have talents.
Fair skies and strong winds.
Interesting. Oh, jeez. I don't know any of this. Do the colors mean anything, or is it just cosmetic? Because I noticed they're all labeled. That's what I figured. Because that screams synergy to me. Jeez, okay. Let's... Let's grab that. And then over here we've got Pyre, which, yeah. I'm not sure where I'm going to put Pyre. I'll have to think about that. That's a burner, so I might put that on F. Eternity Surge. Okay. Dragon Rage. Well, I can beeline for Eternity Surge. Not sure where to put that. Okay, get off my bar, get off my bar. That goes there. I want that there. I'm gonna have to adjust that later. Where do I put Eternity Surge? Where do I put... Okay, so Pyre I want there, because that's a spender. Honestly, this feels more like a B than that one, so let's put that over here. This feels like a big cooldown, Deep Breath. I don't have a good place for Deep Breath. Let's put that over there for right now. Thanks, kid. I'm not sure what level I am. Give me a second, I'll tell you. I'm level 15. Okay, so as your strat gives proc makes disintegrate or pyre free. Pyre's AoE disintegrate. If that's true, maybe I should do this. Restructure a little bit. Let's put pyre over here. Move this down here. I don't know, that feels like it's good on the 3 spot.
There is much to be done.
Look, across the reach, Primalist forges are converging on the Frostzone vault. The storm they seek to unleash must be locked inside. She winces, wrestling with her broken memories. We fought this enemy before and won. Naltharion commanded the vault be secure, but I can't remember why. No time for contemplation. Rally with Sarkareth and the Ebon Scales at the vault. Ensure the enemy does not breach it.
So, Dracthyr, do not let the Primalists breach Froststone Vault.
Okay, then. Here's an achievement that took me too long to get.
Report. Dismissed.
Sarkareth, could you stop being a dick for 5 seconds, please?
Speak.
So the Primalist want what's inside this vault. Let them come. We'll show them what the Dracthyr were born to do.
You will bow before her. Before all the incarnates.
You know, I don't mean to disagree with Uthor. But I've been thinking about this. He mentioned that the Primalists have an ideology, whereas the Twilights do not. I'm not sure I agree with that. Because, like, The Primist ideology is, wouldn't it be great if anarchy and the whole world was a constant, endless hellscape of death and destruction? Wouldn't that be awesome? And that's just kind of what the Twilights want.
You will bow before her, before all the incarnates.
No, the Twilights wanted the rise of the old gods, which, you know, duh. Hello, Evo. Welcome to Evoker. You missed it. I'm sorry. There was an adorable Tuskar on my back.
Let the storm be unleashed.
This is very cute.
At long last, she shall be free.
That range takes getting used to. Again, if they were just the remnants of the Twilight's hammer, and, you know, everyone else, that would kind of fit. And, I mean, yeah. It's like, alright, everyone's given into doubt and despair, right? Nope, we've had 5 years of recovery. Crap. Wouldn't it be super awesome if, like, the world was a gigantic mess of endless chaotic elemental energy? People are like, you know what, you're right, that would be cool. Sign me the hell up! See, I guess I just never got that, Uthor. For me, the Twilight's Hammer made too much sense, especially in a world that's been through as much crap as this one has.
She shall be free! Enough! Take the vault! I will liberate the Storm Eater.
That I'll actually agree with, Uthor. That's a valid point. It's probably hurt. No, there's no probably. It is definitely hurt that the Twilight's Hammer's main expansion was Cataclysm. I enjoy Cataclysm for what it is. Obviously, it scored quite well. But the problem with Cataclysm was always presentation. How many negatives did I give just for the fact that the cutscenes kind of sucked? Because they literally couldn't do the cutscenes properly. So they sucked.
Yes.
Just to name one example of that kind of problem. They're overrun. Or they're about to breach the vault. Where are those black dragons? The Incarnates are more interesting than the Primalists. I will agree on that.
The primal powers have risen to set you free.
Ow! Rathian, come on. You fought N'Zoth.
The elements sing. They herald a new age for this world. Have you found my kin?
We know where they are imprisoned, Storm Eater.
Soon, their bonds will be broken. And what is this? The brood of Neltharion. I felt his demise reverberate through the earth, and reveled in it. Perhaps you wish to share his fate.
I had wished to become what he was meant to be. What he should have been.
You do not fathom what dragonkind was meant to be. But you will. Go. Tell them we will dour this world of the Titan's stain. Let the storm be the harbinger of our return.
Evoker, get moving!
Yeah, I would say so. Razageth, in many ways, has the same general problem Firak does. As an individual, they're pathetic. I think that's the way I'm going to put that. Oh yeah, you haven't seen my Evoker yet, have you? Well, this is Zerviles. She's an Evoker. I'm actually really pleased. You can't quite see everything because of the rain and the storm, but it's this wonderful black, white, and light blue motif. And nice amber eyes to contrast it. Wait till I show you the visage. It's going to be great. Anyways. It's very well animated, but negative to cutscene. That cutscene sucked. Do you notice how Raytheon, a guy who's not exactly small tier, is just straight up bodied and dwarfed by a single rock? What? And it's trying really hard to build her up to be the next boss. So, let me explain something to y'all. So, I went through a weird thing with Dragonflight, because I've mentioned that I came back to Dragonflight, loved it, and stuck with it. But that's kind of a lie. My actual specific path back to Dragonflight was, I came back to Dragonflight in the, right before Zaralek Caverns, started going through it, thank you, started going through it, and was like, oh, this stuff is all cool and neat, let's go hit up the MSQ. But then I started the MSQ, and everything kept emphasizing how Razageth was the super biggier bad of Doom. Now, we could say a lot about that, but take into mind my perspective, having essentially, from my perspective, immediately come out of Shadowlands, where the whole problem with the expansion was they constantly emphasized how gigantic and doomy the Jailer was. So all I saw was Jailer Mark II. So I actually put the game back down again, temporarily, admittedly. But I was just like, I really liked the quests, I really liked the zones, and I liked where it was going, but honestly, I was so sick of her, and this is so recent, I was streaming during this, so you probably heard me say things where I was just like, oh my god, I'm so sick of this stupid end of the world, she's so big and awesome bullcrap. Because I kept talking about that, because it was really irritating me, but the rest of the stuff was catching me. So I went away for a little bit, came back, finally continued the MSQ, and this really, really strange thing happened. The moment we got past the Vault of the Incarnates, which is the first raid, it was like, why is the MSQ suddenly amazing? And like there was this moment of just hesitance as we kept going through the patch MSQ post Incarnates, and it was just kind of like, why is this suddenly legit? Now, with the advantage of hindsight, it all makes perfect sense. Here's the deal. How do I say this as uninsultingly as possible? There's this common tendency to, whether this is valid or not, and it's actually debatable if it's valid, but there's a common tendency to be perceived that that players, viewers, readers want a big Super Doom threat. And they want the big Super Doom threat to go fight. Okay. So a lot of fiction, movies, shows, games, books, will introduce some big Super Doom threat, and, well, that's usually the weakest part of that particular narrative. There are exceptions, but that's a very common process. You can probably see this in a lot of games we've covered just in the last year. 16, excuse me. You gotta have the big Super Doom threat, right? You gotta appeal to that crowd. Looking at Dragonflight, which I remind you, nobody knew was going to succeed, it makes sense that they would want to play it as safe as possible. And in fact, it would make perfect sense if they wanted to essentially repeat the same trick they tried but failed with the Jailer. Here's your super big Doom threat. The difference is Dragonflight had everything else going for it. So while there's Razageth, and she's, whatever, there's also everything else. And everything else really actually emphasizes just how much better Dragonflight is firing on all pistons than Shadowlands was. Good quests, good stories, good characters, good narrative, good voice acting, good animation, good cutscene, good presentation, good zone design, good flow, good guidance, good new classes, good new talents, good new flight system. And then there's Razageth. Now, I will see how much of that is valid on this particular playthrough, but to use a specific example, the cutscene we literally just saw, that was a very clear example of warfing. They take
Evoker, get moving!
I'm trying to talk here. They take a well-known and long-standing character who's been emphasized as being, fairly strong and powerful since, Pandari at the absolute earliest, or excuse me, at the absolute latest, and they have him just, straight up get bodied before he even gets to fight her, and they emphasize the size difference, and there's the sound thing, and Raytheon's cowering before her, and it's made clear that she spares his life so he can spread word of how terrifying she is, and blah, 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 blah. And it's worth noting that cutscene we just saw is viewable regardless of being an Evoker. You actually see that scene in a flashback when you play as any other character. You talk to Dracthyr and he's like, here, take this out. So, and I'm amused that nobody agrees with me on this. No offense. I figured this is a fairly well-common thought process. But anyways, negative to cutscene, because that cutscene sucked. Moving on.
I am ready to serve.
Yeah, that rock was the fifth old god. We've been waiting for it this whole time. Storms are about to overwhelm us. We must evacuate. Save everyone you can. Find the Black Dragons. Objective: retreat!
Stay true. Fall back! Help the wounded!
Pitiful pawns of Notharian! Your master is dead!
Oh, that's interesting.
And you have been abandoned!
Wrathion is still recovering, by the way.
The Earth Warder, dead. Then we stand alone.
I do not trust the words of an enemy. Wrathion and Abyssian owe us answers.
We'll see.
Get that dragon back on his feet.
What I think of Razageth as we go. I'm trying not to prejudge her too much. But that's why why the cutscene negative I just gave is codified, whereas the other two are question marks. In fact, I should actually, let me make it clear by actually putting the question marks there.
I have been expecting you.
My thanks, Sir Viles. Your aid is unexpected, but appreciated.
Every action has
thank you for healing me. I hope we are earning one another's trust. The Storm Eater. I have never faced a dragon of such raw elemental power. If there are others like her. Wait, where's Abyssian? Did he survive? You must find her.
Don't. You have my thanks, Dracthyr. Now please, find...
Tell us, dragon. Did the Incarnate speak the truth? Is Notharian dead?
The Notharian you knew fell long, long ago. It is a complicated tale.
Our legacy. Lost.
Yeah, by the way, there's your big theme for the expansion. Legacy.
Is this all that remains of Notharian's flight? Pathetic!
Over here.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Someone mentioned this in chat. It really should be mentioned. She is very obviously void. She's probably not even aware of it. I don't remember if the game ever even acknowledges that, but she has all the coding of void, and, well, this is circa Dragonflight. I believe they did that on purpose. Wrathion? Sorry, Abyssian. There we go. I got your back, Abyssian.
Thank you. That should be enough. I thought I would be the one saving you. Dracthyr, are formidable indeed.
Look, all I'm saying...
Let us begin.
I'm relieved you made it out, Zerviles. I cannot help but feel lost. Why?
We will find our fate.
Look, it's very simple. The guy you thought was amazing and awesome is terrible and evil. Oh, hey, look. My first actual piece of armor. Yay. The storm unleashed by Razageth is too powerful. We must evacuate, the only home we've ever known. There's no longer an Earth Warder to command us. For the first time, we are free to make our own choice, to find our own fate. Wherever you go in this new age, I hope you find worthy allies. Tell them our story. As for me, I will stay here and look for survivors. Along the way, I may find answers about our past. May fortune favor us all.
So get our people out of here, Evoker. I will stay behind and search for survivors. And answers.
Nostormo! Behold! The bronze aspect has come!
Children of Neltharion, hearken to me! Your time does not end today.
I refuse to bow to another aspect.
Sorkareth, shut up.
All Wands, prepare to evacuate. The aspect will provide cover.
Come, Evoker. I would speak with you.
I do like this setup here. And as much as I spit on Razageth, and to be clear, I do. It does make a lot of sense that she and the Primalists would be a threat for these, the Dracthyr. You know, a regional threat. What we sometimes might refer to as a zone threat. Because, yeah, we're not even all here. We were just barely waking up from our stasis, having issues, having troubles, losing people to freaking bugs. Then an incarnate shows up. The weakest incarnate, but an incarnate nonetheless. And a whole bunch of Primalists who are here in force, with backup, organized and ready to go. Yeah, of course we're going to have issues. So this flight, no pun intended, actually makes perfect sense to me.
Speak your mind.
My friend, we are in a precarious position. Your general will call a full retreat if she has not yet. When we do depart here, I have implored Azurthel to bring at least his Wyrn to Stormwind. There the Alliance can lend aid in exchange for aid. They're one of the largest gatherings of mortals in Anoth, and I am familiar with many of their leaders. Trust me when I say they could use you as much as you could use them.
Never let your guard down.
That's pretty much where's Abyssium. There he is.
Let us work together.
Thanks again for your timely arrival earlier. As I mentioned to Cinderthresh, I suspected the Horde to be the right batch of mortals for the Dark Talons to meet with. They're one of the largest cultures in Azeroth currently, and an accord with them could prove vital for your guide.
The Black Dragonflight will...
Question, why are we still two factions? The code is too hard to untangle. Okay. No further questions. By every account, the two factions being as divided as they are is 100% a code issue. Every single time that they add another step of cross-faction play, there are quite a few weird and unusual bugs as a result.
Razageth!
Ah, Nostormo! I am pleased that not all of the aspects have met a bitter end. Not yet. Tell your queen I am coming for her. The storm's reckoning comes for you all!
The release of Razageth heralds great danger for this world, just as your awakening heralds great change. The kingdoms of Azeroth must be warned. Go to them. Along the way, you may discover a new destiny of your own.
I like the sand.
Rathian, Abyssian, you are known to the peoples of this world. Guide the Dracthyr on their journey. Yes, timeless one.
I don't know what to call that. The sand effect on his spine. It's a nice touch. They've done a lot of work to differentiate the various aspects in their dragon forms over the years. And yeah, that's his particular take.
How can I help?
I know what the aspect asks of us, but your healing wings cannot join you. We still have wounded, and these wingless Draconid have grown attached to us. No, my wern is not flying anywhere. I have a plan for us to cross the channel to the Dragon Isles. Plenty of others in need of our aid there, I suspect. But thank you for helping my people. Evoker. No, make that Zerviles. Thank you, Zerviles.
Help others when you can.
Viridia, you could come with us. With... me.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear friend. My wern will remain in the Dragon Isles. If fate is kind, we will not be parted long.
Don't worry, it's gonna be like an hour.
And strong winds, Syndra.
Fine, I'll add the word heralds. Yeah, probably, Luke.
Get to the point.
It was our destiny to be the finest soldiers of Dragonkind. We pledged our lives to the Republic, to Neltharion side. Our lives, Evoker. And what was our vow worth to the aspects? Nothing. They locked us away like broken playthings. But we are not broken. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go find Neltharion, and he's going to tell me exactly what to do, and everything's going to be okay, and I'm going to go riding with him and play catch, and...
Farewell.
Sarkareth, my wern will follow Rathian to the city called Stormwind. Come with us.
I am done taking orders. Our vow to serve the dragons is sundered, just as Neltharion broke his promises to us. Let the ebon scales be forgotten. We are now the Sundered Flame. We will claim the destiny that is ours by right.
His anger pushes him down a dark path. I dread the day we meet again. Not as friends, but as rivals on the field of battle.
I wouldn't worry about it. Actually, I do feel kind of bad for Sarkareth, but we'll come back to him later.
I am ready.
Abyssian tells me a group called the Horde claims they value honor and strength, at least recently. He says their council, hey, acknowledgement, rules from a city called Orgrimmar.
Anything for an ally. Dark Talons, fall in! We have to lead the Reach. Lead the way, Abyssian. The warders will follow Rathian.
Children of Neltharion, you have awakened to face a shattered past and an uncertain future. Yet the threads of fate weave a new path to distant shores. The sands of time will speed your wings along the way. Tell the world of what you have witnessed, and warn them of the storm to come.
And yes, until they make it so there are no factions, all my characters will be Horde. All my real characters will be Horde.
Orgrimmar. Within these walls gather the noble races of the Horde. A city built upon a foundation of strength and honor.
Ignore BFA for a second.
Body as well.
Yeah, We've killed all the assholes, so it's cool now. We really have done 2 frickin' purges of this place.
But nothing that would hold back the might of the Dark Talons.
I have no doubt your soldiers will be given many chances to prove themselves. Before we enter, I will assume another form. One that is more recognizable to the Horde.
A visage. Yes. I remember the Earth Warder had one too. Well, we have arrived. Where are your allies, Abyssian?
Patience, Cinderthresh. I am sure we will receive an appropriate welcome.
Yeah, did you notice we were in that cutscene the whole time?
I serve the descent.
I love the new cutscene tech, I really do. Our arrival will not have gone unnoticed. Allow me to speak with them before we enter. I have something of a history with the Council.
May the ancestors watch over you.
You call that a uniform? Let's get back to training.
Seems our arrival was noticed after all. Maybe there's hope for these people yet. I love how arrogant they are, I really do. I mean, they don't know anything. I'm sorry to keep making this point, but these really are just clone troopers. I shouldn't say just, that implies diminutive.
You have your orders.
Stand down, warriors of the Horde! Spirit Walker Ebonhorn. It is good to meet a familiar face at the city gate, even when accompanied by others that are less familiar.
I am glad to find you well, Mela, but I fear pleasantries will have to wait. Events are unfolding that imperil us all. These Dracthyr and I must speak with the Horde Council.
Then let us not linger. Follow me. Soldiers, return to your posts. If these newcomers have earned your trust, Spirit Walker, then they will have mine as well. The gates of Orgrimmar stand open to them.
Oh, 100% Kira White Noise. 100%. Mela came out like, so... And he's like, look. Okay. Welcome to the... So I'm not actually Horde biased. Not anymore. I did used to be, and I'll freely admit it. And I'll explain why very simply. It's because the Horde had all the good stories. And characters. And everything. But, obviously that doesn't matter anymore and hasn't for a long time. So you might think, well, why am I still playing Horde? Well, that's easy. Because all my stuff is on the Horde. All my character stuff and all my loot and interactions, all that fun stuff, it's all over here. So, while those barriers are slowly dropping more and more over time, as they add more and more cross-faction stuff, until they completely remove any faction barrier, I'm just going to keep making main characters on the Horde. Because this is where my stuff is. That's it. What's that called? Hover. Ooh, nice. It's way down there, but I want that talent already. What was I working towards? Because I'd glanced ahead. Let's... Oh gosh, let's grab that for now. I'm gonna have to do some thinking as we go through this. These portals reek of blue Dragonflight magic. I mean, it is arcane. Can I show my visage? I don't actually have it yet. I'm not sure when I'm going to get it. I'm sorry. I have failed you, Evo. Let's go to the auction house. I bid 12 gold. No, 15! You don't... I was gonna buy that. You have no idea how to bid, do you? Yes, we are devastation. There's the embassy. Seems we're not the only recent arrivals here. Yep. This spec was not my intention. Yeah, ignore the head of... I guess it's Nefarian over there? Oh, bank, right. Bank. Everyone loves a good horde. For the horde! For the horde! Okay, that got a grin. That got a grin. I like that. I love me a stupid joke. What can I say? But a Horde Alliance for Azeroth.
I am ready. What do you need?
But how was the food? Dude, this is Orgrimmar. You're gonna get the best meats in the freaking world in Orgrimmar. This place is known for it. The only place which has better food than Orgrimmar is frickin' Pandaria, and there's no competing with Pandaria.
Anything for another.
They literally are cheating. Okay, so, good to see you again. I hope your exploration of Orgrimmar was fruitful. It is a city built on kinship, courage, and a couple of bones. I have just spoken with the Horde Council. They have accepted the Aspect's invitation to the Dragon Isles. I would totally do, like, a vacation to Orgrimmar. Like, maybe not like a whole vacation, maybe like a trip, you know? Preparations for the journey will begin shortly. Come, let us speak with the others.
Spirit...
Ah!
The Aspects will be pleased that the Council has accepted their invitation. The Dragon Isles hold great wonders and many perils.
Those who answer the call will face whatever challenges may come.
The strength of the Horde has always been its people. I am heartened to hear it. But know that the Dragon Queen will not abide conflict on her shores.
No HVA.
The Horde honors its truce with the Alliance. To that end, the Reliquary will work together with the Explorers League on an expedition of discovery.
I expect we will learn much from one another.
Do not forget, Abyssian, that the Dragon Isles are home to the Dracthyr as well. We intend to rediscover our past and lay claim to our future.
Then let our peoples make this journey together, Cindrathresh.
Agreed. Along the way, we can hone your combat skills, despite your obvious lack of wings.
I see there is much work ahead of us. Come then, the Dragon Isles await.
I agree, Evo. In fact, I'd be shocked if, like, there wasn't trade happening between the Horde and Alliance factions at this point in time. It's been 5 years. And notice, again, pretty much the exact same tonal push that we were seeing over the Alliance. This is a research and expedition. This is not a military thing. There's no HVA. Chill. Just chill. Okay.
Hail, adventurer. I shall help you prepare for the Dragon Isles.
I am sure your arrival in Orgrimmar drew the attention of its citizens. No doubt some are more comfortable in your presence than others. When I was a young dragon, I took the mortal visage you now see. Visage, they pronounce it differently. It allowed me to live amongst the Tauren of High Mountain as an ally. Though your path differs from mine, the essence of dragonkind flows through you. Perhaps that'll allow you to assume a visage of your own. Let us walk together.
Spirits guide you. May the ancestors watch. I will guide you as best I can. A visage is an expression of how you wish to be seen by others. It is a personal choice you alone can make. I chose my visage because I wish to live quietly among the high mountain Tauren. Your choice will be your own.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Ahem. Sorry, just wanted to get rid of the armor there really quick.
Good. Find the visage within.
And this is me. Oh, I have equipment on. Hang on, let's get rid of a couple pieces here. There we go. This is me, or rather, her. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so let's move that there. I'm not sure if I'll pick that yet. I'll have to see if I could come up with a really good suit for me. But now that we're in said form, we can look at a couple of these. Where is it? There's a suit I've never really seen. I'm staring right at it, aren't I? Yep, there it is. Now that looks sharp. We'll come back to that in a second. Anyways, but yes, here we are. Now, you probably didn't even notice this, Evo, but I kind of wanted to gush a little bit because you weren't here for the actual character creation. Warm colors, right? Green, amber, yellow, same color eyes, you know. Same style of horn, but completely different color of horn. The idea being, it completely contrasts the cold colors of our actual draconic form. Black, white, and blue. Same eyes, though.
I counsel the High Chieftain.
You have a noble visage, indeed, Zerviles. Most distinctive. I do not know why your visage is unique from that of a dragon. Perhaps we will learn more about your past, and the answer will present itself. But for now, we must prepare for the journey ahead.
Spirits guide you.
And I believe...
I have answers if you have questions.
Yep, and that's our actually go-to. So, let's do two things really quick. Interesting. I'll hold on to that for now. While we're standing here. Oh, you know, the character creation was really legit. And I really do have hope for something like a Nerubian or a Naga in the future. Goodbye forever, Evo. Don't miss the bus. Yeah, I noticed we got the Alliance version there. I love that icon. It's such a simple little quality of life thing.
Behold, Stormwind, capital of the human kingdom and crown jewel of the Alliance. Ruled by a dear, dear friend who is sadly absent.
Impressive walls. This city could withstand attack by a formidable adversary. Perhaps even a dragon.
You have no idea. Now then, to make a proper entrance,
Pardon me while I assume a more recognizable form.
Ah, yes. The Earth Warder, too, had a visage. So these humans know you?
Indeed. I have no doubt they will welcome me with open arms.
Yeah. So, yeah, Stormwind. It's had a couple of things, one or two, specifically with black dragons. That's the funny part. I mean, last time Wrathion only got in because he was coming in with frickin' Magni. So. Sorry, I'm debating something. I do love how they specifically have this cutscene right next to Deathwing's jaw. If you're paying attention, they did that on the Alliance, too, just to kind of remind you. Like, so anyways, there's Neltharion. What's, left of them? Left of him? Left of it? At that point? I think it is probably... You know. Anyways, moving on. moving on. As much as I'd love to do the next step, let's save that for after we come back. So, I am going to go break for lunch, and then we'll come back, and we'll look at the armor of Dragonflight, of which there's quite a lot. So, see you in a bit.